fan, going live on YouTube, streaming live on YouTube. I'll do session 1 today. And then tomorrow I'll do session 2.
It's Championship Saturday on the Big Ten Network as we are proud to bring you the Big Ten Women's Gymnastics Championships from the Maturi Pavilion, the path home to the Minnesota Golden Gophers. This is session 1.
Ohio
Maryland,
State,
Nebraska, Penn State, Ohio State, and Rutgers. Let me walk you through the day, though, as we see session 1. We'll have a leader in the clubhouse that could win the championship. However, in session 2, Minnesota, Michigan, Illinois, and Iowa have all had record-breaking seasons. And hello, everybody. I'm Dean Linke alongside 6-time All-American and 4-time team champ from Michigan, Olivia Karras. And Olivia, away we go.
Today is going to be crazy. All 5 of these teams have proven that they are on the uprise, and this could be their moment to really show that they're ready to take the Big Ten championship.
So let's talk about all 5 teams, beginning with Rutgers and Umi Salim Beasley's Scarlet Knights.
Rutgers is led by superstar Hannah Joyner and veteran Belle Kwong. They're looking to bring this hungry Rutgers team to a victory this weekend.
Former national champion Heather Brink leads Nebraska.
And Nebraska is all about the Kinseys. Freshman Kinsey Davis and senior Kinsey Roby, same name, same spark, same passion for this Nebraska team.
Brett Nelligan brings the passion for Maryland.
And they are led by Audrey Barber. She has no weak event. She's driving this team through adversity of losing 2 of their key athletes to injuries.
Penn State Nittany Lions are coached by Sarah Brown.
And they have Cassidy Rushlow and Ava Verdeflor, calm, cool, and collected to help this Nittany Lion team roar this afternoon.
And Meredith Paula Civic's Ohio State Buckeyes were the last team in the gym.
And Dean, it doesn't show. They are led by Jenna Schwarzentrooper and Colby Miller, helping this team, strong Buckeye squad, get a win today.
Let's take a look at the Discover Big Ten standings. Congratulations to Larissa, Libya, and Iowa, 9-0 as they beat Michigan in the Big Fives. However, Michigan, number 3 in the country. Your host, Minnesota, number 7. Great to be with you for the Big Ten Women's Gymnastics Championships.
College Tippets fan, going live on YouTube,
on the bars,
streaming live on YouTube. My handy heater, portable heater that goes up to 90 degrees, used for heating small rooms, as seen on TV. I ordered it off of eBay for $13, $14. It came in the mail Saturday, and I tracked it online. It said delivered in at mailbox after 3 on Saturday. I'll do a review on eBay, on YouTube, on my eBay heater after I get it, but I haven't even walked downstairs to collect Saturday's mail.
Nationally, down from 27th a year ago. They will lead off with Brooke Chesney, who's a senior from Cincinnati, followed by Richard Edwards, Hankins, Gagliardi, and Borga, a freshman. Looking forward to see a freshman from Girard, Ohio. He's got a career high of 9.775. Olivia Karras, you won 4 of these, so you talked about the key for you was just being relaxed. I can't imagine being relaxed at a Big Ten championship. Talk about that mentality.
It sounds crazy to say that you're relaxed at a meet like this, but that's the only way to look at it. At the end of the day, all of these athletes have been through preseasons, regular season competition, and now they just get to shine normally in new pretty leotards on podium. It's a big championship feel, and it really makes for an exciting event.
We are seeing Bella Romagnano, an athlete that you know pretty well.
Yes, she's a Region 5 kid, so I've seen her in the club setting. She's a great leadoff for this Nittany Lion team. I know Sarah Shire Brown really trusts her and her gymnastics to lead this squad off. She's going to set the tone not only for this event, but for the entire meet.
With a career high 9.825. The sophomore is on the beat for Penn State, and we are underway. The Big Ten Women's Gymnastics Championship Session 1.
Bella's going to open up with a very difficult triple series here. Very nicely done. Just a slight bobble there. You saw that her arms swung through, but barely any deduction.
Trying to get a 2-for-1 as you're seeing Brooke Chesney on the
College
floor,
Gym Vids fan going live on
Slight
YouTube,
bobble there.
streaming live on YouTube. I'm using my iPhone to stream this live video because my gymnastics stream is going up and I'm using my iPad for that.
Great job for Bella. What an amazing
And
start
this is
for
going to
Penn
be
State.
my last video upload for Saturday. I'll be uploading more videos on Easter. Peace out, YouTube.
Who had a 9.825 versus Rutgers on March 5th, a career high. She is on bars. Maryland 7th in the Big Ten, 27th nationally. They were 21st a year ago nationally. There's Brent Nelligan, head coach for Maryland.
Little bit of flexed feet throughout the routine, but Brett Nelligan told us that it's big for her to stick this dismount, so let's see if she can do it. And that's exactly what they were looking for to get this squad started. Big hug, ready to go. They're underway.
You mentioned those two big injuries for Maryland. As we move over to Jenna Ferguson, who set a career high at the Big Fives of 9.825.
She's going to do a Yurchenko full. Little bit bouncy on the landing. You'll notice that she bounced up like that. Her shoulders and her chest were down. She needs to work on getting her chest up a little bit more so it's easier to land.
4 events going on at the same time. Again, Rutgers on the ball, Maryland on the bars, Penn State on the beam, and Ohio State on the floor.
In regular season, we're used to the dual meet format where one girl goes, then the next girl goes on the next event. This is a 4-ring circus. It's not going to be quiet in the arena anymore. Everyone's screaming and getting excited. So this is what the next meets are going to look like. It's big for these teams to get used to that.
Fantastic 4-box coming to you on the Big Ten Network. As you see, all 4 teams, with the exception of Nebraska, that is in the bye. We go back to the beam. Ava Vertiflor, the senior from Allen, Texas, Allen High School, career high, season high, 9.875.
I just love watching her on this event. This entire routine is unique. And it started with that very difficult wolf turn. She executed nicely.
Second team All Big Ten choice is Ava Vertiflor.
She's going to do a front aerial immediately into something we call a splashdown. Very difficult sequence there, going from front to back. You need to keep moving. She did that well as she goes into her excellent flexibility in this routine.
Exciting use from Penn State in that Bonzo, Bridges, and Chinnery all announced they're coming back next year for an additional season.
Her jump sequence, a split jump into a double stag ring, just like Bella did before her, removes her eyes off the beam. So far, beautiful from Ava, just this unique dismount, a side summy, into a tuck full, to a stuck landing. Oh my goodness, that was so good. What an amazing routine for the senior. She looks thrilled.
Let's head back over to the bars. Olivia Weir, the freshman from Pennsylvania, who had a 9.8 against Rutgers for her season and career high.
She's opening with a big sequence here. She's going to do a line full, directly connected to a ginker. Little leg separation, but she caught the high bar there, but she came back nicely with that transition to the low bar as she heads right back up. Tad short there, a little short on that line full, and just a step on the landing, but that was a hit routine. Nice job for Olivia.
The Let's head back to Avery Balzer, the second vault for Rutgers. She set her career high at the Big Five with a 9.7.
And she has height and power. I want to see her open her hips so she can find this landing. And you'll notice there that she hopped back, her hips were a little closed. When we say opening hips, we mean that you need to almost feel like you're in a complete line, laying on a board flat. She was just a bit piped. That led to the hop backwards.
Buckeyes getting ready on the floor. Penn State ready to go on the beam. Rutgers on the ball. Maryland on the bar. Session 1. Championship Saturday on Big Ten Network. Alongside Olivia Karras, I'm Dean Linke, delighted to be with you as we will crown the champion sometime tonight. We're going to stay with Alexis Edwards, the sophomore from Richmond, Virginia, twice this year. She has hit a 9.85 on the floor for the Buckeyes. Now, one of the things you love about Ohio State on the floor is Meredith Polisiewicz is known as one of the elite level choreographers, and she is all in with the Buckeyes on the floor.
And she is amazing. Lexi Edwards knows how to perform. She knows how to tumble. She knows how to have fun. I'm excited for this routine.
We'll come back to Miss Edwards, but let's check out Kalia Newman for Rutgers, 9.8 at the Big Fives, her career high on the vault.
And Kayla has power. Nice job for Kayla. Great landing. I want to see her open her hips a bit more. We're going to keep talking about that, but excellent execution on the landing.
Live on the floor, Edwards for the Buckeyes.
And this routine is just so powerful. Actually, the routine is built around empowering women, the message around women in sports, women in the world. She has power, she has execution, she has fun and grace, and I love that that's the message she's sending in this routine. Nice job on her second pass, a 1.5 to a floaty punch front layout. Lexi Edwards is actually capable of E passes, those high-level passes that you're going to see the big teams in the top 10 doing, but they decided she can execute the easier skills perfectly, compete more comfortably, and that's exactly what she's doing here.
5's a 9.85 for Edwards.
Last pass is going to be a double tuck. Opens it out, knows where the landing is. Great job for Lexi Edwards.
Let's head back to the vault. Emily Lease, 9.8 season and career high against Rutgers and Penn State. You see the scores already in. Newman with the 9.8.
And Emily is a pretty vaulter. You don't hear that very often. You think of vault as power, but that was it right there. She's just so elegant in the air, and just that small hop on the landing, but excellent job.
Sonia Glauber, a 9.95 at the Big Fives for her season and career high.
And you'll notice that she can achieve that score because of her excellent technique. Everything she does, her feet are glued together, her toes are pointed. So far, so good in this routine. Slightly shy of that last handstand, but she's gearing up for a big dismount to just a minorly hoppy landing, but great job. She tried to minimize that as much as possible for a great landing.
What a screen from Brett Delegan as we move back over to the beam. Maddie Johnston, just a freshman from Boyd's, Maryland. 9.875, her best score on the beam for the Nittany Lions.
And Maddie is a former international elite gymnast. She has competed on those big elite gymnastics stages, and she's here at Penn State looking to find her rhythm, find her confidence, And eventually she'll upgrade, but you notice that great series she did there. She's getting comfortable with her college gymnastics skin. Excellent sheep jump there, removed her eyes from the beam like her fellow teammates. Side aerial element done very well. Gearing up for the dismount here for Maddie to cap off a so far so good routine. I would call that a quick stick. She didn't salute, show control, but great job. That is exactly what she needs for her confidence going into this meet and the rest of her career.
Always wonderful to see Belle Wong, who set her career high at Minnesota this year of a 9.875. She's back at the mat.
And she is a beautiful vaulter. I can't wait to see this vault. Very nicely done. There was a little bit of a bent leg on the pre-flight, but she did a great job minimizing that landing.
Audrey Barber, one of the best gymnasts in the conference, a 9.925 at the Big Fives, just short of her career high set last year of a 9.95.
She again is such a beautiful gymnast. Just that slight step backwards for Audrey, but a great routine, so strong. She's just such a powerful and beautiful athlete to watch.
Natalie Cross just got up on the beam for Penn State, the freshman from Ellicott City, Maryland. And there is a rare fall. Definitely a pressure-packed event, Olivia. We talked about that yesterday, about with that pressure, will there be more falls or less falls? You mentioned Michigan sometimes had none at the Big Ten Championships.
You know, it's how you're feeling on that day. She might have just been off and felt her gymnastics was not normal for her. It happens, and these athletes are human beings, so falling when they seem to be perfect, or they might have had a perfect season without falling, it happens. She's doing a very nice job recovering from the fall. Into a kick over front to a beat jump. After the fall, Dean, there really hasn't been any deductions to be taken, and that is quite impressive for her to get back up there.
See her coach Sarah Brown looking on.
And a stuck landing for Natalie. I know she's going to be bummed, but that was such a great show of perseverance, getting right back up there, finishing as if nothing happened.
Last to go for Rutgers on the vault, Hannah Joyner, 9.9 season and career high. That was also here at Minnesota.
I am such a huge fan of hers. She just knows how to launch this thing. And just that step backwards, but excellent execution in the air. On the pre-flight, she has quite a bright future and career at Rutgers ahead of her.
Last to go for Maryland on the bars, the junior from Berlin, New Jersey, Alexis Rubio, who's got a career high of 9.9 set last year at Ohio State.
Little trouble there on her blind half into the ginger. Looked like she was off on the handstand, which led to catching her release a tad bit close. She's back on track with a nice last handstand. Little trouble there on the blind full. And just tucked and held in a little too much on that double tuck, but I don't believe they had to count a fall, so that's a great start for Maryland.
We go to the Buckeyes on the floor live. Claire Gagliardi, 3 times this year, she has scored a 9.925, ready to play some Pac-Man.
This routine is just fantastic. I love the story behind it. Her tumbling is exquisite. Her facial expressions and energy is fabulous. It's such a treat to watch someone do a floor routine where they have fun and then they tumble like that.
It's worth mentioning that Meredith Polisivic actually has a Pac-Man machine at home, and when she starts, part of the theme is that she's beating her coach in Pac-Man.
Excellent middle pass there, a front layout into a front groovy, very difficult combination. Claire did very good. Needed to get her leg up a tad bit more on that wolf full jump. And she has not stopped performing since she stepped foot on this floor. That is so impressive. This is so difficult to have fun and perform and then tumble and she's just nailing it. Double tuck to finish it off for Claire. This didn't even look hard for her. It just looked like a party, and that's how it should be. She did all the hard work, and now she gets to enjoy it.
Finally, Pac-Man finally got her the artistic portion for Gagliardi, junior from Hubbard, Ohio. Last to go on the beam, Cassidy Rushlow, the sophomore, first team all Big Ten. Just outstanding season for Cassidy.
And she's coming after that fall we just saw from Natalie Cross. So this is an important routine for the team and for Cassidy.
Season and career high this year, 9.925.
Excellent leap connection there. Her leaps and the extension she shows is just so beautiful. Series there, back handspring layout. Watching her yesterday in practice, she just looked so confident, so sure of herself. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. She's just nailing everything, completing every move, and she looks very comfortable up there. Just the dismount left for Cassidy Rushlow. And it's a stick. That was a superb beam routine. What a way to bring this Penn State team back, shift the energy, and what a great routine for her.
The anchor for the Buckeyes, live, Jojo Warga, the freshman from Girard, Ohio. Career high 9.775 in the anchor spot for the Buckeyes.
And I'm excited about this moment for JoJo for numerous reasons. The first being she walked on to this Ohio State team, always dreaming of competing for Ohio State. And here she is, not only in the lineup, she's anchoring the floor for this team.
We can tell you that Rushlow, a 9.9 on the beam for Penn State as we buckle in for JoJo Warrior.
I would love to know what they took on that routine. It looked flawless to me. Excellent first pass for JoJo. That is a 2.5 twist directly connected to a punch front. Immense difficulty, and she performed it very nicely.
Civic calls this a beautiful contemporary artistic performance.
Just the last pass here for JoJo. Ending with a front double twist that is so difficult to end with. The team and head coach Meredith are going nuts for this. What an exciting moment. She's so excited. I love it.
So a good start for the Buckeyes on the floor, including Meredith Polasiewicz.
Look at that. I just love that. She's so thrilled for her team and for JoJo. It's just exuding happiness. I love it. This is what championship season is all about.
That sets up the Buckeyes, who are fifth in the Big Ten on the ball. Rutgers will sit back and watch the second rotation coming at you on the Big Ten Network after this. Big Ten Championship Gymnastics on the Big Ten Network is brought to you by State Farm. You want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. By Discover, the official credit card of the Big Ten Conference. And by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the Big Ten Conference. Great to be in Minnesota yesterday, an exciting day through one rotation. Congratulations to the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Of course, Nebraska sitting out. They'll be back in action for the second rotation. None of the four teams able to hit that standard bear of 49, but Rutgers the closest at 48.95. Yesterday during practice, they handed out the 2021 Women's Gymnastics Awards, including first team All Big Ten, featuring several Minnesota Golden Gophers, Hooten, Loper, and Rambler on that list, as well as count them 4 Michigan Wolverines, led by Brooks, High School, Wilson, and Boychek. Impressive list. Mel Hong making it for Rutgers. The second team featuring 4 Illini. Natalie Wash's team coming on great near the end of the season. They can make some noise tonight. And of course, fair play to the Sportsmanship Award honorees, including Miss Garcia from Michigan State, as we send our best to the Spartans. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and take a look at the scores here in Minnesota.
New DQ rotisserie style chicken bites. I never thought unbreaded chicken this good was possible. I love you just the way you are. Finally, chicken that is tender, juicy, and flavorful all by itself. Thank you, DQ, for giving me just what I needed. DQ, happy tastes good.
I think the sketchy website I bought this turtle from stole all my info. Ooh, have you looked on the bright side? Discover never holds you responsible for unauthorized purchases on your card. That's my turtle.
Fraud protection. Discover something.
We are through session 1 of the first session, the first rotation, as we take a look at Rutgers on the vault. That 48.95 puts Rutgers in the lead through 1. We see Emily Lease with the 9.85, the best score, and 3 9/8s.
Great vault rotation for them. I wish that they could have gotten those last stuck landings a little bit more, but great job to get this meet started.
Best score for Maryland on the bars, Glauber with a 9.85.
And they had a little trouble here with Rubio at the end, but great job by Audrey Barber and Sonia Glauber. Really brought it as the veterans to get this number up there for the team.
9.9 for Cassidy Rushlow in that anchor spot for Sarah Brown's Penn State team on the beam.
They came back really nicely after a shaky routine from Melissa Astorita and the obvious fall from Natalie Cross. I thought Ava Vertifloor's routine was better than a 9.75, but I'll just let that slide, I guess.
All right, we'll take a look at Ohio State on the floor for Meredith Paula-Civic, who is such a great dancer. The Buckeyes, of course, finishing there with a 9.875. Gagliardi leading Ohio State.
Great routine from Claire, always such a pleasure to watch. And not to mention the score might not be big, but bravo to JoJo Wargo. What an exciting moment for her.
The second rotation of session 1 will have Ohio State on the vault, Nebraska on the bars, Maryland on the beam, and Penn State on the floor. It's worth mentioning that Ohio State on the vault, 5th in the conference, 26th nationally, highest national ranking in this rotation. Nebraska 8th in the conference on the bars, 34th nationally. Maryland 9th in the conference, 38th nationally, and Penn State 7th in the Big Ten, 37th nationwide. Meanwhile, Rutgers, who has the lead through 1 rotation, will get the bye. Again, Maryland starting on the beam. And it's worth mentioning, as you think about Maryland on the beam, Brett Nelligan says, you know what, in this crazy pandemic, let's just worry about the next 60 seconds. Let's not worry about what's down the road. And I like that approach from Brett Nelligan, Olivia.
I do too, and I think his athletes are embodying that. They had the two teammates who have injuries. So bummed that we don't get to see them compete, but this team is really coming together, and they're putting those 60 seconds that are next ahead, and only what they're gonna focus on, control the controllable.
So Burgess will start on the beam, season high and career high for the senior from Woodbridge, Virginia, 9'8".
She's such a fabulous leadoff. Kalia is so confident. She just attacks everything she does. She had a slight bobble there on her front toss, but you notice that she didn't give up. She just kept going through it, moving as if nothing happened. That's the name of the game on balance beam. Nice floaty split jump into a straddle quarter to reach her jump requirements.
She actually has a skill called the Burgess on the beam.
She does. I don't think we're going to see it today, but that just tells you how creative and talented she is on this event. Good side subby there. Looked a little unsure of herself. Had to swing the arms extra, but stays on and continues nicely.
That's core strength, right? When you're wobbling like that.
It is. When in doubt, tighten your core on balance beam. It's all about staying in control. She's going to do a gainer front full off the edge.
I just don't get it.
But that's a hit for Maryland.
My heater wasn't even down there. What a waste of time.
Welcome to the Big Ten Women's Gymnastics Championships. The Nebraska Cornhuskers, Kylie Perringer, the sophomore from New Jersey, who has a career high of 9.825, a season high of 9.775.
And she wasn't recruited to do bars. She has worked so hard to get into this lineup and to contribute on this event. You notice a little form break here and there, some bent knees, separated legs.
I mean,
but she's the leadoff.
Why is everything going bad in my life? I didn't get my food stamps today.
Here and there, she proved that she is meant to be in that spot.
Morgan Lowe, the senior from Dallas, remember Ohio State.
And those liars said that my heater was delivered in that mailbox. I went downstairs and there's nothing there.
She's a senior, she's a veteran.
There's nothing there. There was not even a key to like open it up to a down there box. It was a portable heater I ordered off of eBay. I paid like $13, $14. I tracked it online. They said they delivered it. But I went downstairs and there's nothing there. Why is it they can deliver an electric bill, but they can't deliver a heater? And if it was not 2 bachelors yet, why couldn't they just be honest? Why do they have to lie? I don't get it. I want my heater. I paid for it. That postal service is messing up my mail.
This is the worst part of gymnastics.
Oh sure, deliver an electric bill, but don't deliver a goddamn heater.
But let's just add in some extra time here.
Well, if it was delivered in that mailbox, how come I don't see it? How come I looked in the goddamn mailbox and there's nothing there? There's not a key saying to open it up in a little parcel. And there's no package in there. There was nothing there. Not even junk mail. They're a goddamn liar. That's what they are.
Leading to that hop back and step. They're going to
And I am
have to take action
pissed.
for that. But great job for her in the air.
Fuck you, eBay. Sellers are fraudulent sellers. So I walked downstairs and checked my mail and it was not in there.
Little quick on that Maloney, but she does an excellent pack salto, floaty right out of it. She heads back up to the high bar, short on that last cast. And on
This
that
is
blind
why
floor,
I
gonna
say,
take a deduction,
God
but
is
excellent
so
job on
bad.
the distance.
God
These
is so
Nebraska
bad.
players are
Oh,
really
so
dialing it in.
bad to us.
Cassidy Rushlow, first team All Big Ten, the only Nittany Lion to be named the first team All Big Ten. Second to go on the floor, career high, season high for the sophomore from the state of Massachusetts, 9875.
And she's just so
Yeah, I bet
elegant
you
on
any
this
money
event. We saw
God's
her with
behind that.
excellent 9-9 on balance beam.
Evil
She
God.
carries that same elegance, poise, extension on floor exercise.
I never got my heater. I don't know how they can say it's delivered when I never got it.
Looks like that.
Looks like she stepped
I don't know
out
why they
of
have to
bounds
lie.
there. Now out of bounds, 1 foot out of bounds means that you get a 10th deduction. 2 feet is 3/10. So unfortunately, she had to step out of bounds, which means that her score is going to be significantly
They're a bunch
lower.
of goddamn liars.
That happy motto, as we learned, stands for hungry, adaptable, pride, and I got you.
And that's all gymnastics is. Hungry, adaptable, pride, and when someone falls before you, like we saw on beam, Cassidy Rushlow, she got her. She brought it right on back. Second pass here for Cassidy. Front Rudy into an exquisite split jump. That was a 2-pass floor routine. Very nicely done. Normally gymnasts do 3 passes, but if you can get all of the difficulty you need into the 2 passes, then hey, do 2 passes.
This is Colby Miller. You see her score 9-8, but now we get to actually watch her performance. Colby Miller.
This is a new event for her this year. Really nice job. Just the step back. You could tell she was really working to get that landing, but that is such a veteran move. She knew that she couldn't do it. She minimized the step as much as possible. Great vault.
Guess what, Olivia? That's a new career high for Colby Miller. She's hit 9.775 3 times, but that 9.8, her best score ever. Why not make it happen at the Big Ten Women's Gymnastics
There is no
Championship?
time like the present, Dean. Nice work for Colby. That is leadership right there.
Buckeye faithful here. Limited attendance because of the COVID protocol. Next to go on the floor, Erin Allen, the senior from Georgia. She has set her career and season highs this year at 9.875.
And she's a transfer to Penn State from Kentucky. Found her new home here with the Penn State Nittany Lions, and she has done such an excellent job bringing leadership and experience to this team, but also just fun and powerful tumbling. And you're going to see that here, our first look at a big tumbling pass, a double layout. Really nicely done for Erin Allen.
Scored Rushlow with the 9.6, Layton with the 9.75. Bright future for Penn State. We just mentioned 3 of those superstars coming back next year, including Lauren Bridges, who, of course, got a 10 a couple years ago. Sarah Brown fired up for the future. You know Sarah Brown because she was with Michigan for just a little bit, right?
I do, and I'm such a big fan of hers. I adore what she's done with the program. She has just brought such joy and passion to this team, and you're seeing that with these athletes. You can just tell they're all so happy to be here. Last pass here for Erin. It's going to be a front through to a double tuck, very difficult, and she performed that excellent. Wow, nice job.
Dropped the mic. She made top her career high of a 9.875. Of course, we'll wait for the scores and let you know if, in fact, she did just that. Alexis Edwards, the sophomore from Richmond, Virginia, has a career high of 9.925. You see just short of that. This was moments ago.
And this is so impressive. Not only is she vaulting, notice the knee brace on her leg. She had shredded her knee in club gymnastics, and then she does that and sticks an excellent Yurchenko full. So fabulous.
Olivia Weir, the freshman from Pennsylvania, Career high 9-8 against Rutgers.
She's going to do her series here, the back handspring layout step out. Turn her shoulders a bit on the landing, which is going to be a deduction, but brought it right back. Jump into a standing layout, sizable wobble there. Looked like she didn't get her legs up enough to get around successfully on that standing layout, but excellent comeback on her leap series. Very pretty switch side jump. Just the dismount left for Olivia Weir. A back handspring, 1.5 to a step, not the routine she or the team was looking for, but she stayed on the apparatus.
Nebraska has 2 Italians on their roster, including the sophomore Clara Colombo, who has a career high of 9.875 on the bars.
She was short on that handstand, but into a very difficult eagle grip. She twists her arms invertedly into that excellent piked Jaeger down to the low bar with a hack salto. Very nice so far for Clara. Little soft there on that handstand. Just looking for this stick. Now that is a stick, no questions asked.
That'll set up Maryland Nice, or Nebraska Nice, as the 2 Kinseys are coming up, Kinsey Davis and Kinsey Roby.
And I'm excited for both of those routines, team.
5th goal for the Buckeyes. The vault, Sydney Jennings, 3 times she's hit 9-9.
She has just outstanding technique on this event. Big step backwards for Sydney, but excellent in the air. So pretty to watch. The vault is not a pretty event. She makes it look very nice.
This bumps for Sydney Jennings. Mentioned the Kinseys. Kinsey Davis, the freshman from Huntersville, North Carolina, 9.95.
She just goes above and beyond with her difficulty here. She adds extra elements that she doesn't necessarily need. Does that Shaposhnikova into a massive Hindorf. Normally people would do the first release directly connected to the bail, but she adds the other release, just ups her ante as a bar athlete. Job with that handstand. She had some trouble with this dismount in the warm-up. And just a step forward, very nice. Fine-tuned that to the best of her ability. Great routine.
Serena Rouse, senior from Cary, North Carolina, Green Hope High School, had a 9.875 back in 2019. Her best score this year, Olivia, 9.825.
Sabria's looking to bring this team some energy. There's been some low scores here for Maryland on beam. But I can tell you, Dean, she looked confident in the practice day yesterday. I was so impressed with how aggressive she was on balance beam, and you saw that right there in her opening skill.
Remind us, Olivia, the 2 big losses for Maryland.
Maryland unfortunately lost Aletka Chiknius and Emma Silverman to injuries. They were both outstanding athletes to watch. I know the team is bummed, and so are they. We miss watching them compete, but they'll be back better than ever with some unfinished business next season.
Wish Emma well. She's going to have surgery on Tuesday.
Excellent routine so far for Sabria. Just getting ready for that dismount. One and a half, big hop forward. The rest of the routine was flawless, just the hop on the landing. But overall, nice routine.
Clay Eric Gagliardi, Jr., Hubbard, Ohio, has set her career high this year with a 9.825.
And I saw her drill this in warm-up. I want to see her drill it here. It was so exciting. And not the vault she wanted. You notice that she was a little crooked on the mat. That's a deduction there. Sizable step with her shoulders forward.
Melissa Astorita, first pass on the floor for the Nittany Lions. Her career high this year, 9.925.
I love watching Melissa Astorita on floor. She does an open double tuck there that you just saw. Floats it in the air. Nice landing. Very pretty 1.5 to front layout, just floated in the air. She knows the timing and kind of used the floor to her advantage. Bit of lead connection there. One more pass for Melissa Astorita. It's going to be a big double pike. Very nicely done. Wow, excellent routine. She had some trouble on the balance beam, Dean, but not on floor. That was great.
Move over to the beam. Reese McClure, the sophomore from Maryland, at a 9.925 to set her career high this year at Penn State.
This is another athlete I'm a big fan of. Reese is so up and coming, doesn't get the attention she deserves. She's a beautiful beam worker, very aggressive, hard skills.
In 2015 beam and all-around state champion.
Very pretty switch leap into a straddle quarter there. Her toes were just perfectly pointed. She's going to do her series here, a front toss into a back handspring. Very nicely done. You can always tell when an athlete's a little nervous about something, they want to get it done, and you can just see her energy change a bit here. As she does that front aerial, it looked like she repeated the skill. I saw her do it earlier. And into the Rudy dismount, she looks a little bummed about that routine. She repeated the aerial, which means she was probably trying to connect something out of it, but she stayed on the balance beam.
So Maddie Johnston was one of the late changes, as she will be the anchor for Penn State on the floor. You see the score for Astorita, 9.85.
First pass here from Maddie in the anchor position. It's going to be a 1.5 to a front layout. And like Sarah Shire Brown said, she's a former international elite gymnast. She is excellently trained, knows how to do the big skills, technique is great. They're just trying to get her used to this whole college gymnastics thing. And once she feels comfortable, you'll be seeing some big skills from Maddie. Next pass from Maddie. She's going to do a double pike. Chest down a little bit on that landing, but her feet didn't move. Very controlled jump to the lunge. That was a nice job from her.
Last Last up for Maryland on the beam, Audrey Barber, the senior from Temple Hills, Maryland. Set her career high back in 2019 with a 9.9. This year, twice, she has hit a 9.875. Still waiting to find out the score for Reese McClure, who had a 9.925 at Penn State earlier this year. Audrey Barber, so many years she has lit up the Big Ten Network screen with her excellent performances for Coach Nelligan, but now she has to wait. You already touched on it, Olivia Karras, one of the more frustrating parts about gymnastics. How did you deal with waiting to go? Dean Linke with Olivia Karras. Olivia, when you had to wait, what kind of techniques did you use to deal with the wait?
It's hard, you know, you're standing there, you're antsy, you're adrenaline up, you just want to get on the event, do it and get it over with, but everyone's different. Sometimes I would kind of move around and dance, I'd talk myself through my routine, give myself some key words, whatever it takes to get you comfortable in that moment.
Make no mistake, when the bright lights came on, Olivia Karras, she was ready, and so were the Michigan Wolverines. And I gotta believe, Olivia, if you weren't doing this for the Big Ten Network, you would be in Minnesota some way, somehow you would sneak in.
I definitely would have been there to support my my alma mater and all of these talented women, but I'm happy to be here with you, Dean.
Appreciate that, as we're still waiting for Audrey Barber. So much poise and elegance for Barber. Brett Nelligan, always high praise, right?
Definitely, and that is a challenge for Audrey right here, having to wait. But I wouldn't want anyone in that position but Audrey Barber. She's going to get right back up there and do what she knows how to do, and that's perform.
Coach Nelligan always talking about the long lines. What does he mean by that, Olivia?
She has such long legs, so beautiful. She knows how to point her toes, straighten her legs to the best of her ability. She's a taller athlete, so she just looks much longer and elegant than some of the other athletes, but she can tumble. She has power too. It's quite impressive. So far, so good for Audrey Barber. Front toss to beat jump. She's going to finish with a big double twist after her leap series. Requirement for all athletes. And the last dismount for Maryland on balance beam is a double twist. And she just knows how to find that landing. Nice work.
I felt like she stuck it. She finally lifted up that foot as she turned to the judges. How are you marking that, Olivia?
Definitely what we like to call a college stick. It was a little quick, but nice job still, again, finding that landing.
The third rotation, Ohio State will sit back and watch. Nebraska has Curtis and Roby on the beam, both with 9.95. Rotation 3 when we return. Our coverage of the 2021 Women's Gymnastics Championships continues later today with Session 2. You'll see 4 top 20 teams in the nation, including number 3 Michigan, number 7 Minnesota, number 16 Illinois, and your regular season champs, number 18 Iowa. Remember, 5 perfect 10s coming from those 4 teams. That's coming up at 6:30 p.m. Eastern right here on the Big Ten Network and the Fox Sports app. Remember, Nebraska and Rutgers have already sat out as we take a look at the last rotation and the scores. A 9.85 from Edwards for the Buckeyes.
Great vault from Lexi Edwards, amazing landing, but kudos to Morgan Lowe starting that rotation off with a big 9.825 and stuck landing.
Those are the scores for Ohio State. Nebraska on the bars. Not 1, but 2 9.825s from Colombo and Davis.
Kinsey Davis just looked so good. I just love watching her compete on bars. Can't wait to watch her in the rest of her career at Nebraska.
We move to the beam. That'll be the order coming up for Nebraska in the third rotation for the Cornhuskers on the beam, which, by the way, they're 26th in the nation. Let's take a look, though, at Maryland's beam results. A 9.85 in that all-important anchor spot. Audrey Barber always delivers, even after a long wait.
Well deserved for Audrey Barber. Not the rotation that Maryland was looking for, specifically that 9.5, uncharacteristic for Reese McClure, but she's going to be the leadoff on floor for them in this next rotation, so I know she's coming back with a vengeance.
And a 9.85 for Astorita on the floor. Beautiful performance.
She is so solid on the floor exercise. Well-deserved 9.85. Very nicely done. I enjoy watching her compete.
Ohio State leads. Remember, Rutgers and Nebraska have sat out. We'll be back with rotation 3 after this on the Big Ten Network.
The chicken or the egg? The question isn't which came first. It's which comes with peanut butter. Duh.
John's Crust Stuff. Nebraska each had a bye. It's Meredith Follow-Civic's Ohio State Buckeyes with the lead over Penn State, 97.875. Penn State getting ready on the ball as you saw their lineup. Rutgers will be on the bars. They're 9th in the conference, 42nd nationally. They'll be anchored by the sophomore Hannah Joyner. Nebraska on the beam, 7th in the conference, but 26th nationally. Their anchor will be Kinsey Roby. Michaela Curtis and Roby, both of them 9.95. Meanwhile, Higgins and Thaler come in with 9.9. So Nebraska very good on the beam. Maryland on the floor, 5th in the conference, 33rd nationally, down from last year when they were 26. They will lead off with McClure, then go Rubio, Rouse, Burgess, Barber, and LeBlanc. 3 seniors in Brett Nelligan's Maryland lineup on the floor. Rotation 3, this is one where the Buckeyes will sit and watch. There is Brett Nelligan, of course, replacing his dad, as there's been a Nelligan in charge of Maryland Gymnastics for quite some time.
I'm such a big fan of Brett Nelligan. He was always so complimentary of us when I was an athlete at Michigan, but I'm so impressed by what his team has done this season, how he's recruited, and how just joyful they look when they compete. I know he's bummed about Aleka and Emma, but we're sending them all the positive energy and can't wait to watch them when they are healthy and back.
He and his wife have 2 beautiful daughters, so they decided when they went to get a dog that it needed to be a boy dog just to even things out just a little bit, Olivia.
I love that. Hey, I mean, if there's a lot of girl energy and you need the dog to be a boy, go for it.
I will start with Chloe Larange. A season high, career high on the beam for Nebraska of a 9.85. Solid leadoff for the Cornhuskers.
Solid, but this is her event. And I know that Chloe has been pushing herself to be as perfect as possible on balance beam. Excited to watch her in this championship setting on her event as she takes a sip of her tea before she does her first element. Very nice back handspring layout step out. Dynamic on that first back handspring to give her a nice height on the layout. Just hit that split jump on her switch split to split jump. Need her to get a little more extension, open her hips up a bit to give that split some more amplitude. A nice cat leap into a side aerial and a very confident and sure of herself landing. so good for Chloe Larange. Just the dismount left for her here. So round off 1.5, hop forward, but great job.
First to meet her, Heather Brink, former all-around national champion Heather Brink, and in the Nebraska Hall of Fame, coaching at her alma mater. As we move over to Rutgers on the bars, they're 9th in the conference, 42nd nationally, down a little bit from last year when they were 38th. Emily Drowse, the senior from Florida, 9.825 career high.
Big Jaeger there for Emily. She did such a nice job floating it up in the air, finding the bar. Great pack there, as we have a little bit of a hesitation on the low bar that we might have to take a rhythm deduction there. Right back, line full, double tuck, funky little hop backwards, but that's a hit routine to start off this rotation for Rutgers.
First high five coming from Uli, the head coach of Rutgers, who's been another bright light. Great coaches in the Big Ten. First one up for Penn State, Amy, a 9.75 career high.
Looking to open her hips here. Good job on the landing, definitely minimized execution. She didn't get that pop we saw earlier from Lexi Edwards and Colby Miller. We needed to see a little more pop off the table, make the landing easier, but still great leadoff performance.
Forward box, as we move back over to Newman, the freshman from Florida, had a 9.8 in the pad earlier this season for her career high.
Kayla's a dynamic athlete. You saw there that she caught the bar a little close on that very difficult indoor release. Some flexed feet here and there, but doing a nice job floating through this routine as she does a half turn into a double tuck, step backward on the landing.
So we head over to Kinsey Davis, a career high set this year of a 9.825 on the beam for the Cornhuskers.
Kinsey is so elegant. We saw that on bars earlier where she just did such a great job flowing through every movement, so precise, and she does that here as well on balance beam. Nice leap combination, a switch leap into a straddle quarter. Giving her some bonus there.
Olivia, please tell me it means something to these young athletes to know that they are competing for a coach in Coach Brink that won an all-around national championship.
I think it means something. I mean, it was an honor to be coached by Bev Flocky and do gymnastics for her with her accolades, as we just saw a very difficult side aerial to 2 feet from Kinsey Davis, but having a coach like the fabulous Heather Brink as your leader in the pack, it must just bring confidence to this team that they are led by someone who knows what they're doing. Just the dismount here for Kinsey. I'm so impressed so far with this routine. Side aerial tuck full. She screamed something, I don't know what it was, but she's definitely excited, so well deserved. That routine was a long time coming for the fabulous freshman.
Second vaulter for Penn State, Maddie Johnston, 9.825 season and career high. Johnston up for Penn State.
And I saw her drill this vault a couple weeks ago at the Big Five meet, and there she did the exact same thing she did at Big Fives, just knows where the landing is. What a phenomenal vault for Maddie Johnston.
First, the elevated stage here at the PAV for the Big Ten Championships. See the host, Jenny Hansen, later tonight, and the Minnesota Golden Gophers. So excited about hosting Belle Wong, the senior, 9.875. Set her career high this year. Guess where, Olivia? Right here.
I was going to say, I think it's at the PAV. Nice job so far. She does a big Takachev in between the bars. You don't see that much anymore. She had a little trouble on that last handstand. but does not have trouble on the dismount. I wish she had held the landing a bit longer. Definitely questionable, but great job.
Bell Wong, first team All Big Ten. As we move back over to Natalie Cross, career high, season high, 9.85.
Natalie is such a pretty vaulter. I love her technique. And just that slide, it wasn't even a hop. It was more of a very elegant slide backwards for Natalie. Great vault.
Always enjoy seeing the mount on the beam for Miss Higgins, who's back in an arena that she's familiar with.
That is true. Caitlin Higgins is a transfer to this Nebraska team from Minnesota. Here at the PAV competing, probably the last time she was here was in a Minnesota leotard, and here she is in a Nebraska leotard. Big moment for her. Very pretty beat jump into sheep jump. Looking calm, cool, and collected here for Caitlin Higgins, as she was a very difficult triple series. And a smile, she knows that one was good. Very nice full turn. It must be really tricky to be back in this arena competing on another team at the Big Ten Championship, but I'm quite impressed with how she's handling herself right now.
Well said.
Caitlin is going to do one of my personal favorite dismounts, a gainer pike. Nails the landing. What a fabulous moment for Caitlin Higgins. She just looks so happy and excited, so emotional, so exciting for her.
We can see Sabria Rouse getting set. We're going to show you the entire routine. She has a career high set this year at Rutgers of 9.9, and she is a showstopper.
I just love watching Sabria on floor. Her tumbling's big, her dance is big. She's just the full package on this event, and she's going to start it off with a massive double pike. And you could walk underneath that thing, and you would just be totally fine. She gets hyped.
Yeah, you think about her dunking a basketball. That's how high she's flying.
Yeah, seriously, I'd pick her on my team. Are you kidding me? Second pass for Sabria. It's a 1.5 to a front layout. She's just a fabulous floor worker. I am so obsessed with this routine. It's so much fun. Just the last pass here for Sabria Rouse to cap off an already spectacular routine. So good and controlled on that last pass. She lived up to the hype, Dean. That's all I'm going to say.
She was big time in North Carolina on the floor, finishing second in the North Carolina State Championships. Earlier, fourth to go on the bars for Rutgers, Abigail Karolewski, the junior, 9.5. Season high, career high of a 9.825.
She has amazing technique on this event. Everything she does is so pretty. Little bit of flexed feet there, but she just has amazing skill. Little short on that bail, unfortunately, but look at her toes and her legs glued together, pointed toes. Such a pleasure to watch. Step back on the landing, but she's just a beautiful athlete.
So we go back to the floor. Marilyn Burgess with a career high of 9.925, just starting her floor routine as you see these scores in front of her.
And watch this. This is a triple full. So big, so explosive. Just a little bit of a hop to the landing as opposed to a controlled landing, but still, that skill is just so difficult to do, and Kalia does it very well.
senior from Woodbridge, Virginia, South County High School.
Very nice amplitude on that wolf jump. Normally people do a full. She added an extra half to give her a little more difficulty.
No surprise, she's the 2016 State of Virginia floor champion.
One pass left here for Kalia. It's going to be her combination pass. A requirement for all gymnasts on the floor. A front layout into a front full. That's the landing she was looking for. And a wink at the end. I wish I knew how to wink.
Never hurts to wink to the judges. Alyssa Monzo, career high of 9.9, second team All Big Ten performer for Penn State.
Alyssa is another very pretty vaulter. Powerful. Execution is really nice. And just that hop backwards, the rest of it was very well done. Hopefully they can get these landings nailed down like they did at the Big 5 Championships in Ann Arbor. They stuck 5 out of the 6 vaults. I'm looking for that for the rest of the season.
Olivia, if you remember, no. Just beginning to jinx right there. When we went to break, we advertised that Curtis and Roby both with 9.95s this year, but the fall for Michaela Curtis.
And to give her credit, what she just performed was so difficult. So they wolf jump directly connected to a front tuck. There's very few athletes who compete that. It's so difficult. You have to be so on top of the beam, and she was just off, unfortunately. Very nice amplitude on that switch leap into a split jump.
With that fall, Gymnastics 101, explain the scoring because they can drop that score.
They can. 6 athletes perform on each event. 5 scores count. So unfortunately, I know Michaela's not going to be excited about that. However, the next performer, Kinsey Roby, can bring it back, and hopefully they don't have to count that fall.
This is Audrey Barber, another high flyer for Maryland. She had a 9.925 last year, has hit 9.9 this season. Audrey Barber, Maryland.
I'm such a fan of Audrey Barber. She is such a calm athlete, and sometimes that can come off as negative. You know, why are they not so exuberant or out there? But Audrey Barber's brand is to be calm, cool, and collected. And she's having fun. She's smiling and enjoying herself, but everything she does looks effortless.
Former member of the 2016 Junior Olympic National Team.
Very nice jumps there. She does such a great job making sure to hit 180 degrees on all of her split elements. The last pass here for Audrey Barber. Sky high double tuck. Now that, Dean, is a controlled lunge back. That was like, she just put a clinic on how to do a floor routine.
Audrey Barber and her teammates love it. Cassidy Rushlow, career high of 9.9, season high of 9.875 for the member of the first team All Big Ten recognized yesterday here at the Materi Pavilion.
Cassidy is another powerful, vaulter. Really nice job. Hop back on the landing. Excellent execution in the air. This Penn State team has beautiful vaults. They just need to nail in on those landings.
This will be so important, of course, with the fall from Curtis. She still was able to get a 9. A 9.9 from Caitlin Higgins, though. That's a massive score. Kinsey Roby has set her career high this year of 9.95.
Talk about effortless. Kinsey Roby's balance beam work is just so exquisite, beautiful to watch. Doesn't even look like she's trying. If anyone is going to come after a fall and bring this back, it's going to be Kinsey Roby.
Part of the reason she's the only Cornhusker named to the first team All Big Ten selection.
So far, so good here for Kinsey. Slight bobble there on her double stag jump. Very difficult jump. We talked about it earlier with Penn State on balance beam, but she brought it back nicely to continue this routine.
A little extra pressure when you see the athlete before you fall, right?
Definitely. I try not to watch people before me. However, you know, you'll see the score, you see your coach's face, you see your teammate's face, but she brought that back. She did absolutely everything she could for that team.
Last to go for Maryland on the floor. Sophie LeBlanc getting 9.375 to set her career high against Michigan.
It was a nice double pike to open it up for Sophie. Wish she had controlled the landing just a bit. She kind of jumped out of it to get out of there quickly, fast, but she's still going, doing a nice job with that leap combination.
Four-time level 10 regional qualifier. Attended Arlington Catholic High School.
Sophia's a very elegant dancer. She knows how to perform. She's very flexible. She's aware of her surroundings and how to look at the camera and at her teammates, play up to it. Last pass here for Sophia. It's going to be front full to a front layout. Very nice landing there. That is the landing that she wanted.
Last to go for Rutgers on the bars. Hannah Joyner, sophomore from Maryland, set her career high this year with a 9.9.
And Hannah is the only athlete in Rutgers history to ever get a 9.9 or higher on all 4 events. So you know she's talented.
Speaking of talented, only Celine Beasley had a 10 during her career at West Virginia, where she met her husband, who was an All-American football player and went on to play in the NFL. They have 3 outstanding daughters.
So far, so good for Hannah Joyner. And just a little hop forward, but what a great routine. She is such an amazing athlete. I am so excited that we get 2 more years of her in this sport.
And you feel like Rutgers starting to put some big-time classes together under the direction of Celine Beasley. Again, had a 10 at West Virginia. When we come back to the 4th rotation, Penn State will have a bye, and Maryland, number 3 in the conference, on the pause. Big Ten Women's Gymnastics Championships, the Big Ten Network. It's all tomorrow on the Big Ten Network and the Fox Sports app. Soccer doubleheader on Sunday. Michigan and Penn State, 2 of the best in the country. Let's remind you, 2 sessions today. Session 1 featuring these 5 teams: Penn State, Maryland, Ohio State, Rutgers, and Nebraska. They're through 3 rotations. Later tonight at 6:30, Minnesota, Michigan, Illinois, and Iowa. 5 or 6 years ago, Michigan was in the first session. They hung up a big score. They sat around, and they were the winners. So it can happen, Olivia.
It can, and these 2 sessions, it ends up being because of placement in the Big Ten, same event, 2 different sessions. Everyone's competing for one thing, and that's the team title, the Big Ten Championship.
Hitting the 49 mark on the ball is Penn State, led by Rushlow, first team All Big Ten. And Rutgers on the bars, a couple 9.825s, Karolewski and Joyner in the anchor spot, just under that 49 benchmark, Olivia.
They both did a great job. Karolewski, Joyner, they're such natural bar workers, excellent execution, couple little things here and there, and that's what took them away from that 49 mark.
The Beam scores 9-9 from Caitlin Higgins back in Minnesota, the Golden Gopher transfer for the Cornhuskers.
That's why I love sports. What Caitlin did, the perseverance, the power, it was so exciting to watch.
And on the floor, the 9.85 for Audrey Barber.
Great rotation here for Maryland. I know they were looking for a bigger score from Alexis Rubio, but Barber just knows how to get it done.
Now we can take a look at the all-around standings through 3 rotations. 2 Nittany Lions, Rushlow and Johnson, just ahead of Barber. Back with more on the Big Ten Network.
Chicken bites. I never thought unbreaded chicken this good was possible.
Infants has a stroke, typically before they're in children. We can put a stimulator on the scalp of a child. Rehabilitation and the non-invasive brain stimulation should
I know. I have a lot. And I made it.
Alongside Olivia Karras, I'm Dean Linke through 3 rotations. You see Penn State with the lead. You have to remember that each of these teams will have to sit out at least once, so that will affect the scores until we get through those final 5 rotations. But congratulations to Penn State as they lead through 3 rotations with the 146-425, actually tied with Maryland. Identical scores. Impressive.
This is exciting. There's still 2 rotations of gymnastics. There's a lot to come here. Specifically, we're going to see Rutgers on beam, their best event for that team. And I'm excited to see this Nebraska team on floor. They have some big routines and big tumbling.
Rutgers on beam, 4th in the conference, 22nd nationally, right where they were a year ago. Of course, Maryland on the ball. They're 3rd in the conference, 16th nationally, up from their finish a year ago, 20th, so improvement for Brent Nelligan's Maryland Terrapins. The Buckeyes are on the bars. They're 6th in the conference, 23 nationally. They were 19 a year ago, and then Nebraska 8th in the conference on the floor. They were 12th a year ago. They're 41st this year, so Nebraska hoping to make up some points. They can do that with Michaela Curtis, who has a career high this year of a 9.9.
And she got it last weekend. This is not a career high she got a couple years ago. She is on fire, and she is bringing that momentum into this meet. I know she's excited, especially after a beam rotation that I know she's not too thrilled about.
So Michaela Curtis for Nebraska. 9.9 career high on the floor.
And she's a powerful tumbler. She's going to open it up with a double pike. Not the landing she wanted. You notice that she didn't really absorb the floor, bounced back there, and unfortunately had to take a step out of bounds. We noted earlier that's a 1/10 deduction. Very nicely executed switch ring. Switch half, and there she goes into the worm. She's very proud of doing the worm in her floor routine. I love it. Just breathing, getting ready for the last pass. This is always that part of your floor routine where you really need to dig deep and get as much energy as you can to get ready to fly high on the last pass. And here's a big double tuck. Another bouncy landing there. It looked like she was off a bit throughout the entire routine, just couldn't get her footing on those landings out of her double saltos, and that's going to cost her, unfortunately.
Love that shot of the deep breath right before that last pass, which means so much. First vaulter for Maryland, Reese McClure, who had a 9.9 career high against Michigan. Remember, Maryland 3rd in the conference on this apparatus.
Reese is just the full package. She didn't have the beam routine she wanted, but she knows how to drill it on vault, and that's exactly what she just did. Minimal hop back on the landing. Can hardly see it, but she's excited. I love when Reese McClure gets pumped up. It's one of my favorite things.
I could hear crystal clear from Brett Nelligan, "Let's go Reese," after that landing. For box, as we head over to the bars, Zoe Schweitzer, the sophomore from Pittsburgh, season high, career high, 9.9.
And it's taken Zoe a little bit to get back into this lineup. Had to work through some form things, some different skills, and she's back and excited to find her place in this lineup again.
Team model for the Buckeyes this year, unshakable.
Beautiful first handstand for Zoe. Floaty, couple release moves executed brilliantly as she goes into her last handstand. Can she find this landing? This is nice. Little bit of a funky landing there. The rest was pristine, hoping that she gets rewarded for her work on the uneven bars.
Second vaulter for Maryland, Samantha Gilbert, the freshman, 9-8 against Michigan.
And she's going to do a unique vault. We don't see it very often. It's a Yurchenko with just a half twist, blind landing, and she drills it. Look at her face. She was so excited when she landed. Brett Nelligan starts leaping into the air. That is just fabulous. This Terps vault team, man, they're on fire.
How about her eyes lighting up? She was perhaps even surprised at that landing.
It's a blind landing. She literally couldn't see where she was, how she was going to land. It's all muscle memory, air awareness, and man, did she have both of those. That was great.
That's how you dress if you're going to represent Penn State right there. That's how you get it done.
I'm quite impressed with the outfit. I wonder if they have a Michigan one that I could look into for my family.
That suit wins the prize. Absolutely. Again, let's go back over to Sonia Glauber, the junior. Career high of 9.8. That was last year at Ohio State. Her season high is a 9.775.
And this Maryland team's on fire after that stick. Nice job. Little bit of a pike in the hips, which led to the hop backwards, but still keeping the momentum going here for Maryland.
Alexis Edwards, sophomore from Richmond, live on the bars. 9.825 is her career high. She set that this year.
Oh, that was just a breathtaking set of releases. They're so floaty. She is such a talented bar swinger up on the high bar. Beautiful handstand. This is a new skill here for her. Toe on blindfold. And just the step back on the double tuck, she looked like she let go a tad bit early on the dismount. Normally when you do a dismount on bars, you want to see your toes, tuck her leg out, find the landing. Looked like she let go a tad bit early, led to the step backwards.
Again, Maryland, third in the conference on the vault. Their fourth vaulter, Burgess, the senior, she's hit 9.85 3 times.
And I know she wants to do that here. Big block, just a hop backwards. I wanted to see her stick that so badly. She just had a little too much momentum going into it. But this Terps vault squad is doing exactly what they need to be doing right now.
Part of the reason why they're third in the conference with a lot of great teams right in the vault.
Vault's a hard one. It's all about that brief 4 seconds where you hit the table, you fly up, and you land. There's a lot happening in that moment. It's impressive that they can get it together, get the high-flying vaults, and nail those landings to put them third in the conference.
So Caitlin Higgins for Nebraska, coming off that wonderful score on the beam back where she started her career, now set to go on the floor, and she's set her career high this year with the Cornhuskers of a 9.9 in that third position. That is a solid score to be slotted in number 3 on the floor. Nebraska, again, down. They are normally a great floor team as they were 12th last year. Let's go back to Audrey Barber, the senior, 9.9 at Penn State this year.
And watch how high she gets. Oh, just flared it beautifully and had to take a step forward. Didn't get enough rotation necessarily to get the landing right where she needed, but the execution in the air is flawless.
Live on the bars for Ohio State, Alexis Hankins, the sophomore from Omaha, career high this year of a 9.875.
And she is such a surprise to this squad. She wasn't necessarily a natural bar worker, came into her own, worked a lot in the gym, and here she is in the 4th slot for Ohio State. That's quite impressive. And just a little hop forward. She looked at her team to make sure, hey guys, did you see that?
A little extra celebration, picking her feet up at the end. Well done by Hankins. As we'll await her score for the Buckeyes. They are 6th in the conference on the bars. Still waiting on the floor. Love the 4 box. Again, reminding you as you take a look at the tie there with Penn State and Maryland. With 5 teams in session 1, each team has to sit out on a bye. So we won't know the winner till we get through that 5th and final rotation. So let's go back to the floor. And Caitlin Higgins.
She's coming off that big 9-9 on beam, feeling confident in a potentially quite uncomfortable situation being back here. And she is so far proven to be ready to take on the challenge. She's going to start with a front double twist. Little trouble there. Bounced out of the skill, having to step across her body and out of bounds. That's 2 out of bounds deductions for Nebraska. Very unusual for this team to have to count those extra tenths.
Yeah, if you remember, we had Nebraska earlier on the Big Ten Network, and this was a point of concern for Heather Brink. As I mentioned last year, they were so dominant on the floor, 12th in the nation. This year, 41st.
They're definitely in a rebuilding situation. They're finding their footing again. They lost some really talented athletes last year, Taylor Couch and Sierra Hassel. So they're trying to figure out what this Nebraska team is about. And that, sometimes it happens. You lose people as they graduate, and you have to just regain yourself as a program. Very nice 1.5 to front layout. That was the best pass of the 3 in that routine.
Uneven bars, Ohio State in that 5th spot. Kobe Miller, the junior from Mason, Ohio, career high of 9.9 twice this year. She's been just under that, Olivia, with a 9.875.
She has such beautiful lines. She is just such a natural bar worker. Everything she does is just textbook perfect. Nice job working through there. A little leg separation on the bail to handstand. Back up to the high bar. Good job working through that handstand as she gets ready for her double layout. And just a step forward, I know she wanted that stick. She could have hung on a second longer, but still a great routine for the junior leader.
Alexis Rubio, who had a 9.9 last year at Ohio State, last to go on the vault for the Terps.
And she's last for a reason. This thing launches. I saw her do one in warm-up and drilled it, and that's exactly what the one in warm-up looked like. She just knows how to drop that right in. So exciting for this amazing vault rotation for Maryland.
The anchor for the Buckeyes on the bars, the senior from Centerburg, Ohio. This year, a career high set at 9.85. Last to go for Ohio State.
I just don't even want to talk during this routine. It's so beautiful. Just enjoy the lines and the elegance.
We can tell you that Rubio got a 9.9.
So far, so good here for Jenna Schwartzentruber. Just the dismount. And she just drills it. Now that right there is going to be the bar routine to beat. Mark my words.
Yeah, she held on, didn't she? The Buckeye fans loved it. She held on. Got a scarlet and gray here in Minnesota. We'll see. Schwartzentruber, what do you think? Can she set a new mark? 9.85 is her career high.
Oh, absolutely. If that doesn't go higher than a 9.85, then I'm going to be extremely angry. It was just stunning.
This year, Hannah Joyner was at Minnesota to take on the Golden Gophers, and she set her career high on the beat of a 9.9.
Floaty back back handspring layout for Hannah. Just so calm, and she's only a sophomore. She competes like a veteran, so pretty. Beautiful leaps there. Switch leap into a switch half. It just looks so easy for her. Just the dismount left for the super sophomore. A side aerial, layout full, stop landing. Now that is another routine that we are going to talk about for the rest of the day, Dean. That was great.
That was outstanding. Well said. Rotation. Penn State setting this one out. The bars and ball are done. That means Maryland is done. So when we get their final score, that will be what they have, as they say in golf terms, in the clubhouse.
I'm excited about Danielle Press. I watched her at the Big 5 meet in Ann Arbor a couple weeks ago, and she just impressed me. She has big skills. She can fly high. She needs to work a little bit on the execution and on her air awareness, knowing where she is, but she is a very impressive athlete, and I can't wait to watch her on this podium, championship setting. She's going to be a big key player for Nebraska.
We were impressed with her when we saw Nebraska earlier, right here on the Big Ten Network. Freshman from Conroe, Texas, part of World Championship Center Gymnastics Club. Press right before the anchor L'Orange.
Now watch this tumbling. Danielle knows how to fly on her tumbling. First pass, it's going to be a big one. It's a double layout. Massive height and power. Little messy in the air, like I mentioned before. She really needs to work on those soft knees, tightening up her ankles and her knees, but that is something that you can work on. Having skills like what she just did, that's impressive. Second pass for Danielle. 1.5. It looked like she was going to do a layout. Little funky, ended up tucking it a bit. Judges are going to have to take a deduction there, but she did minimize on the landing. One more pass for Danielle Press. Front lay into a front full. Landed a little funky there, but that first pass was the best of the three. But this young lady has a lot of promise in her career.
Last to go on the beam for Rutgers, as remember Joyner with a 9.9, tying her career high. Now it's Belle Wong. And of course, Bell, first team All Big Ten, joined by Joyner on that first team All Big Ten.
And the Joyner-Wong 1-2 punch at the end of this Rutgers beam lineup is so exciting. They are both such talented beam workers, very calm, as she does that extremely unique connection. A side aerial, lands on one leg, swings her leg through, and does a front aerial. We don't see that very often.
Later tonight, we'll share a story on how all of the Big Ten women's gymnastics teams are unified for the right purpose. But one of the things I always liked about you, Olivia, is you appreciated great gymnasts from the other teams, and I know Belle falls in that category.
She does. I've loved watching Belle compete for all these years. She's such a talented athlete, and you see that right there. Big step double twist, difficult dismount, nails it for her team. Last ever Big Ten championship for the seniors. So exciting for her.
Back over on the floor, Chloe Larange, last to go for the Cornhuskers.
And Chloe actually choreographed this routine herself. So not only is she a talented athlete and teammate, she can also choreograph. And it's kind of like a little fun perk. You know, you have an athlete that can do their own choreography. You just let her roll and do it and come into the gym and go, hey, Heather, I have a routine.
Heather Brink, we can tell you that Belle Wong set a career high in her last Big Ten championship on the beam, a 9.9 for Belle. She deserves it.
First pass for Chloe. It's a big double pike. Little chest down on the landing. And she managed to pull through nicely. Her artistry is just so pretty. I love watching this routine, and to know she did it herself is so exciting, but unfortunately that is another step out of bounds for this Cornhusker team. This is not the rotation that they wanted, unfortunately. Last pass for Chloe Larange. 1.5 front layout. That was the best landing of the three for her.
She's got a bright future. Four rotations complete. That means Maryland's day is done. When we come back, Penn State fourth in the conference on bars, our fifth and final rotation of session one. So glad you're with us on the Big Ten Network. Tomorrow on the Big Ten Network, a huge volleyball matchup comes your way as #1 Wisconsin squares off with 4th-ranked Minnesota right here in this building. It's Big Ten Women's Volleyball, powered by Unleaded 88. Tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern on the Big Ten Network and the Fox Sports app. So many banners hanging for the Minnesota volleyball team. We have one final rotation to go as we see through 4 rotations. Maryland is done. Congratulations to the Terps as they rounded out with a score of 195.65. That includes a 9.9 from Alexis Rubio.
And this Maryland team ended on such a high note. That was their highest rotation score of the day. Ending with that 9.9 for Rubio was just the icing on the cake.
Ohio State on the bars. Jenna Schwartzentruber, a 9.9, just short of her career high of a 9.925.
And that momentum is going to bring them to balance beam, where they need to keep the energy but stay calm and poised and precise. And I think they can do it.
Solid scores for the Buckeyes on the bars. We take a look at Rutgers on the beam. 2 9.9s, Joyner and Wong, first team all Big Teners.
They had some trouble, the first 4 athletes here, but the Joyner-Wong 1-2 punch really just brought it home for Rutgers on beam.
48.975, the final score for Rutgers. And Nebraska on the floor. 985, Kylie Pieringer leading the Cornhuskers.
Definitely some trouble here again with 3 out-of-bounds deductions. Would have bumped the score up 3/10, but that 985 from Pieringer was excellent.
Don't forget tonight, session 2, a whole lot of 10s, a whole lot of talent. That's our State Farm State of Success. We may see another perfect 10, Olivia.
I think there is a very high possibility we see another 10. These 4 teams we're going to see this evening are just wow. I'm so excited to see what we're going to get this evening.
And we'll take a quick look at the all-around story. Audrey Barber, of course, her day is complete. Joyner and Juan from Rutgers might have something to say about that, as we'll bring you the final rotation here of session 1, the Big Ten Women's Gymnastics Championships on the Big Ten Network. Welcome back to the pad, your home for the Big Ten Women's Gymnastics Championships, alongside former Michigan All-American and 4-time Big Ten champion Olivia Karras. I'm Dean Linke, delighted to be with you for session 1. This is the 5th and final rotation. Nebraska on the vault, Penn State on the bars, Ohio State on the beam, and Rutgers on the floor. It's worth mentioning that Penn State 4th in the conference on the bars, 18th nationally. That is up from last year when they finished 21. Ohio State also 4th in the conference on the beam, 22nd nationally. They were 56th last year, and Meredith Civic so impressed with the improvement on the beam for the Buckeyes. As you see, the Buckeyes getting ready. Rutgers, they're 9th in the conference. Zoe Schweitzer, the sophomore from Pittsburgh, season and career high 9.85 for Ohio State.
And Zoe is the type of athlete that when she salutes, you know she's going to get it done. And that's a lot of pressure. Being the beam leadoff, in my opinion, is the most difficult position in every rotation order, and here's why. You start on an event and it's great. The leadoff sets the tone. However, on beam, it's the shakiest event. And so that leadoff performer is going to set the tone for the entire beam rotation, and that's a lot of pressure.
Nebraska on the vault.
Really nice vault from Caitlin Higgins. She didn't need to take that step there. I know she didn't want to, but that's a great leadoff vault.
So leading off for Penn State on the bars, Bella. Remember, Penn State 4th in the conference and top 20 in the nation on the uneven bars.
And Bella is another very elegant bar worker. She does a lot of skills that you don't normally see. There's a nice bar release of Shapash into a packed salto. Does a nice job there, working through the half turn to land as close to a handstand as possible. Now this is where it gets pretty. This is a toe handstand. She's going to do a stalter. We haven't seen one of those yet today. And then a double tuck dismount. And just a shuffle backwards, but that's a nice leadoff routine for Penn State.
Go back to the beam. Zoe Schweitzer had to wait a little bit, but now she is up on the beam. Again, 9.85, her career high, Lydia.
And I think she can do better than that. Zoe is such a fabulous beam worker. Again, the first performer on this event. It's really difficult. Sometimes you don't get the scores necessarily. I don't understand why. I think everyone should be judged equally in whatever placement they're in. But it is up to Zoe right now to get this team on track, and that's exactly what she's doing. Do a beat jump into a very pretty split ring. Nice full turn there. And just the dismount, a side aerial tuck full, Now that right there is why she is the leadoff performer. Meredith Polisivic told us that she's so good at handling pressure, and that's exactly what we saw from Zoe.
Good start for Meredith Polisivic and the Ohio State Buckeyes. Kylie Pieringer, second vault, career high set this year, 9.825.
And this vault is massive. She is working on a 1.5, so she has the height, she has the power, and this is a big Yurchenko vault. Hop backwards, but the rest of the vault was great.
Maddie Johnson, second up for Penn State on the unevens. Set her career high this year of a 9.8. You see Bella in with the 9.75.
Again, Maddie has the experience doing very difficult skills. Excellent work there. She was a tad bit off on the bail handstand, brought it back to minimize as much deduction as possible, and now that's a beautiful handstand on top of the bar. Double tuck to a stick, no questions asked. Excellent work by Maddie Johnston, number 2 on bars for Penn State.
High fives from all the Penn State coaches and all the gymnasts for the Nittany Lions. Sarah Brown scooting across. Sarah Brown, of course, her youngest son, Eli, turning 1 today. As we move over to Kobe Miller, the junior from Mason, Ohio, career high of 9.9 on the beam, up second for the Buckeyes.
We talked about Colby Miller earlier. She embodies leadership for this Ohio State team. Now, this hasn't been an easy ride for her on balance beam. She's going to move some things around, try some different jumps, but Meredith Polisivic told us that she feels very confident in the changes they made for Colby to succeed on this event. Back handspring layout, step out, very solid. Required full turn. She's going to do a cat leap into a side aerial, directly connected to a beat jump. Lots of moving pieces in that combination. And I saw no problems there.
I feel like Meredith Polisivic agrees with you.
Excellent job working through those jumps. Those are the leaps that she worked on upgrading. And here is a very difficult skill, a gainer tuck full to a stuck landing. Meredith Polisivic is jumping up and down. She's excited. All of that hard work that Colby Miller put in paid off right there.
Yeah, she nailed it. Let's go back over to the bars. Natalie Cross setting her career high this year, 9.825 for Penn State. You see Johnston with the 9.875 right before her.
Cross is set up for a big score here if she can do what she knows how to do. Nice blind change into a Jaeger, so floaty in the air. Excellent job on that handstand to bail handstand. This is so far a really nice routine from Natalie Cross. Good job there, blind full, looking for the stick. And a sizable step there, unfortunately. She needed that stuck landing for the big score, but still, nice job.
Up third for Nebraska, Kinsey Davis on the vault, career high 9.85.
Kinsey's another powerful vaulter, looking to drill this landing and just a minor little scoot backwards, and that's a nice vault for her.
Heather Brink, the last high five for Nebraska. As we move back over to Cassidy Rushlow, set her career high this year of a 9.925. Part of the reason why she represents Penn State as a first-team Big Ten selection.
Such a pretty combination there. A Jaeger directly connected to a shoot over. She's just so beautiful, filling in the all-around position for Lauren Bridges, who's out with an injury. And Lauren would be proud because that right there is 10-worthy in my opinion. I don't know if she'll get it, but she is just so pretty on that event. Such long lines and executed very nicely.
So well said as she gets the hug from Sarah Brown. It's going to be a big score. I like that you reminded us that a couple years ago, Bridgens with the perfect 10. No Bridgens, but Penn State still a top 20 team on the bars. This is one of the leaders for Nebraska's Annika with a career high of 9.95.
And she's going to do a Yurchenko 1.5. So nicely done. We haven't seen one of those yet today. We're going to see a lot more of them in the evening session, but Annika has always been so consistent on her Yurchenko 1.5.
Slots in there at the 4th spot for Coach Brink, and we'll see how close she gets to the career high that she hit this year of a 9.95 for the Cornhuskers. Again, Maryland done watching the other 4 teams, including Penn State on the bars, Rutgers on the floor, the Buckeyes on the beam, and the Cornhuskers on the vault. The 5th and final rotation, session 1 of the Big Ten Women's Gymnastics Championships right here on the Big Ten Network. The Buckeyes, a lot of scarlet and gray. I know as a Michigan gal, that's not always your favorite color, but great to see all their fans.
Not necessarily my favorite colors, but I love the support for these young ladies who are doing everything they can for Ohio State and for their teammates.
Ava Verdeflor up next on the bars, 9.95, setting her career high this year.
And that right there is why she held that handstand up above the bar. Jaeger a little bit funky on the catch. Oh my gosh, that is just heart eyes. She knows how to land in those handstand positions. Just to say to the judges, you can't deduct. I've been here for like 5 seconds.
Sarah Brown, of course, loves all her gymnasts, but she had high praise for Ava when we talked to her yesterday.
Little scoot back on that landing. I know she wanted that stick so badly. She rushed it a tad, but how excellent to see those handstands. Now that sets apart a good from a great bar worker.
Michaela Curtis, career high of a 9.825. That was set a couple years ago, 9.775 this year.
And Michaela's been working on flaring this out, find the landing. And that was the best I've seen her done in a while. Runs right away from high-fiving her coach directly to her teammates. She's thrilled. That's a lot of hard work put in to nail that ball.
Let's go back to Jenna Swartzentruber, career high of 9.925. Twice this year, she's hit 9.85 for the Buckeyes.
And an unfortunate 9.0 for Alexis Hankins before Jenna. So this is a moment for Jenna to prove that she can get up on this event and bring them back, them on track, and change the energy. Excellent job working through that back handspring layout. She looked a bit off, figured it out in the air, and minimized the deduction on the landing. Front toss. Little bit of a break there as she goes into her split jump. They're going to have to take a little deduction there.
Remember, Meredith Policinic's team was not allowed in the gym officially as a team until October 15.
In a gainer full to a almost stuck landing, little bit of a shuffle of the right foot, but Jenna Swartzentruber brought this team back, stayed on, and that's what counts.
Last to go for Penn State on the bars. One of the better teams in the conference, and Alyssa Bonzo, career high set this year of 9.925. Part of the reason why she was a second team All Big Ten selection.
Really nice Maloney to pack there. She gets up to the high bar. Here up for her very difficult double layout dismount. And some trouble on the landing there. It looked like she landed and her legs just gave out a bit. It happens, you know. She's been so consistent, so powerful for Penn State on bars, and we have mishaps. So rest of the routine was great, just the landing was a little funky.
Danielle Press, we saw her light up the screen on the floor. She is last to go on the ball for the Cornhuskers. Set her career high 9.875.
Here's another blind landing. She's going to do a half. And she had to take a very sizable hop forwards. Looked like she threw her head down a bit, which means that your body is just going to naturally move forward instead of stay still for a stuck landing, but excellent promise there. I mean, she is really talented.
Emma Pritchard, the freshman from Asheville, Ohio, with a career high of 9.875, still waiting on the Schwarzenchuber score. She'll be next to go for the Buckeyes, followed by Ella Hodges.
And Emma is, as Meredith Palasivic calls her, a beast on beam. She's only a freshman. She's in the 5th spot, which means that her skill and how much the team relies on her is pretty great, considering she's at the second end of the rotation right before the anchor. And this is an important routine for her as she gives herself some encouraging words before she hops up for her own beat routine. Nice job attacking that side aerial. Bean is all about attacking. If you're hesitant, it's not going to go well. And I love that I'm seeing that energy and attacking aspect of her gymnastics already, and just as a freshman. Nice back handspring layout, made sure to stay tight in her core as she landed to minimize deductions.
I've asked you this before, Olivia. What did you use to concentrate on the beam? Was it words, numbers? Did you have a focal point? How'd you do it?
We used a lot of keywords. So if I needed to jump more on a skill, my keyword would be to jump. Sometimes, I'm not going to lie to you, I got away from that and I started singing on the beam, but that happens. It's whatever gets you successfully off the apparatus. And that was a really nice double twist there for Emma. She embodied being a beam beast.
Yeah, just a freshman, Emma Pritchard. Her first taste of the Big Ten Women's Gymnastics Championships. As we're here at the Maturity Pavilion in Minnesota. Session 1 later tonight. Michigan will go for yet another Big Ten championship. The host Minnesota could claim it, your regular season champs. Iowa could claim it, and Illinois right now performing as good as any team in the Big Ten. Look forward to session 2 later tonight. And of course, there will be a number that those 4 teams have to go out and get, reminding you that, as we mentioned earlier, Michigan actually was in the early session after having a rough Big 5. That's how they used to decide what teams went where, but Michigan hung up a big number and held on and won a championship.
It can happen. And definitely there's team championships, there's also individual titles. And it looks like we're going to get some exciting numbers here. So far we have with a bunch of 9-9s on these events. We can see some champions coming out of this first session after the evening.
Check out the all-around standings as you see Hannah Joyner and then Val Wong will finish up on the floor for the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. And of course, Joyner and Val Wong have had outstanding seasons for Rutgers, both of them making first-team All-Big Ten recognition. For Umi Salim Beasley, the fine head coach for Rutgers by way of West Virginia. So final instructions for Joyner for Rutgers. She had a 9.9 this year, and Bell had a 9.925. The anchor, both of them setting their career highs this season.
And Hannah, as we mentioned before, is the only athlete in Rutgers gymnastics history to get a 9.9 or higher on every event. And her work on the floor is a reason why. I'm excited to watch this routine. I've been waiting for this one. She's going to open with a sky-high double pike. Knows exactly where the landing is. Very nice and difficult tourgite full. Here comes Hannah's second pass. It's going to be a front full to a front layout. She is 2 for 2 so far on deduction-less landings. One more pass here from the superstar sophomore, Hannah Joyner, to conclude her all-around evening for Rutgers. She's going to do a 1.5 into a front pike, and that's 3 for 3 for Hannah Joyner. What a night for her.
Smile says it all for Miss Joyner and the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. We'll see how close she gets to that career high of 9.9. Last up for the Buckeyes on the beam, the sophomore Ella Hodges, who set a career high this year with a 9.95.
And she's called Elegant Ella for her beauty on this event and in all of her gymnastics. That was a really difficult combination she did just then. Don't want to brush past that. That was a switch split into a straddle 3/4. That's a lot of moving stuff. And an unfortunate fall. Oh, that first jump sequence was so beautiful. Looked like she just was off on that series, unfortunately. She brings it back with a nice full turn. It's a gainer layout step out with some problems on the landing there as well. She looks a little nervous, which is unusual for Ella. Normally she's very aggressive. Just the dismount here. It's going to be a round off 1.5 to a step forward. Not the routine that she wanted, unfortunately, but she's the anchor for a reason. I'm excited to see her come back the remainder of this year and the coming years as the beam anchor.
Last up for this rotation and this session, I think it's fitting that we end with Belle Wong, who has just been a rock-solid gymnast, not just for Rutgers, but for the conference. Belle Wong, a career high set this year of 9.925.
Her first pass is one of my personal favorite tumbling runs in gymnastics. She's going to do a front handspring into a Ruby, directly connect, into a double twist. She does it second, but still, that was so beautiful. She's an excellent front tumbler.
This is the time where you start to crunch numbers, just teasy, don't totally know, but we think that Maryland score may hang on.
And there's that tumbling run. It's called a Rudy, a front 1.5, directly connected to a floaty back layout. And all eyes are on Belle Wong, as it should be. She has had such an amazing career for Rutgers. I love seeing seniors get the spotlight that they deserve.
She truly has, Olivia.
And one more pass here for the senior in her final routine of her senior Big Tens. A Rudy to an excellent landing. I'm so happy we got to see Belle Wong as the sole final competitor in this session.
Full stop, period. How close will she be to that 9.925 that she hit this year? She may have a chance. That could help Rutgers push up the ladder here, as right now all the computations, they'll start adding up the scores, and the Iowa Hawkeyes, led by Larissa Libby, perhaps they're getting their regular season champion t-shirts and hats. Larissa, tell us they're still waiting on that. Your host, the Minnesota Golden Gophers, full of 10s on that squad for sure. And not only could there be a team champ, but the all-around champion could come from Minnesota. We will figure out the numbers and we will tell you who is leading this session. We'll wrap up this first show after this. The Big Ten Women's Gymnastics Championships on the Big Ten Network. So glad you're with us. The Big Ten Network and the Fox Sports app. When you can finish with two first-team All-Big Teners in Joyner and Wong, you have a chance. And Rutgers now has the lead. That's the score to beat, 195.675. Congratulations to the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. That's worth celebrating right there, Olivia.
So exciting and so well deserved for this team. It's a team effort. You can't get to that team total with only two athletes, but bravo to Hannah Joyner and Belle Huang for really leading the pack and getting them to this first place mark so far.
And that will also feature Rutgers for the all-around standings. Hannah Joyner with that 39.375. So Rutgers as a team, and then Rutgers individually through Joyner, the scores to beat. That's going to wrap it up from session one here at the 2021 Big Ten Women's Gymnastics Championships. Congratulations to Rutgers for setting the tone. But don't forget, coming up at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, session 2, featuring Illinois, Iowa, your regular season champs, number 3 Michigan, and number 7 Minnesota. If you want a little extra gymnastics, men, Nebraska and Ohio. For gym wrestler Tom Blair and Olivia Karras, I'm Dean Linke. We'll see you at 6:30 p.m. Eastern.
Our setup, and I looked up into the sky and saw, coming from east to west, there was a series of lights. And at first I thought it was a plane. It was quite a distance, quite far away, but it was really quite large. As I recall, there were mostly white lights, but there were green lights also. It was alternating green and white lights. It approached my vehicle, and as it approached the vehicle, it stopped, and it seemed to hover. There was no sound, and I'm looking at this thing thinking, what is it? When I put my head out the window and I'm looking up at it, it was huge. The thing that I recall the most is that I was amazed that there was no noise. There was no humming, there was no engine, no low sound to it. It was absolutely silent.
Just seconds later, the eerie silence was broken. Another eyewitness report.
They said somebody else. I'm observing something incredible.
Mom's the word. Pick a puppy.
Back time with
This is
Luminous.
on
This
Dabble.
limited time offer is not
talcum powder product and were diagnosed with ovarian cancer. Call attorney
An account at gotobank.com.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful. So
on Facebook. Follow us on Instagram.
Mom's a word. The Varela daughters have a hard time.
Hey everyone, I'm Beverly Mohood. Now today on Pick a Puppy,
So
we're
Mom
meeting with the
makes
Varellas. The
decisions.
family are considering 3 small breeds: the Havanese, the Chinese Crested, and the Cotton de Toulouse. So let's see which puppy they choose.
My name is Dennis Brella. This is my lovely wife Cheryl, Adriana, and Maddie.
We are all about being together as a family and loving and encouraging each other continuously.
These two we decided to homeschool.
I like homeschooling so I can spend time with my mom and my sister. If I get stuck on a question, she helps me right there and then.
Years ago, we did get a puppy, and we enjoyed her for a few years, and she got ill, and we had to put her down. And it was one of the hardest things I've ever had to go through. We needed to be more diligent on the health testing for the puppy and the parents and grandparents. So we really go into it confident we're not holding our hearts from attaching to this new puppy.
You guys seem like you're a close family. What keeps you close? We put our siblings or parents' emotions before our own.
So you think about each other.
Yeah.
Now, you're really close, but you have some issues. Dad, you have allergies.
I'm allergic to dogs. My nose and my eyes really get watery and itchy and very irritable.
So it has to be a certain type of dog.
Yes.
So have you narrowed it down to certain breeds?
My friend has a Havanese, so that's the dog I did the research on. We originated from Cuba. Their hair keeps growing, so I can groom it. I like it comes in any color, and I like that it's a sturdy, healthy breed.
What else were you gonna look at?
The Chinese crested.
Tell me about that one.
It has a bit of fur, but not much, just on its head and paws and stuff.
And Mom, third is the cotton. It's the high energy, has sturdy breed, and the dark eyes and dark nose make it. I love that you guys have done so much research. It gives me a great feeling, but I want to know more. I want to know where this dog's going to eat, sleep, play. Can you show me?
This is where she will be eating and drinking.
Oh, where she will be eating. Really? See, I heard the sheep. From both of you.
Yeah.
No boys allowed? Whose room is this?
Mine.
Oh, I love it. So cute. So this little baby's going to be in this room.
I believe kissing, honey.
Wow. And is the bed?
Probably just relaxing there. But this is where she's sleeping.
Now, what room do we call this again?
The relaxing room.
It was kind of crazy, but I love it. I absolutely love it. So what happens in the royal dressing room?
When she's not sleeping with me, she'll be having her beauty sleeping here. With her blanket and her fluffy bed. We're going to wash her, and we're going to dry her with this, and then we're going to put bows in her hair, and then a dress.
Of course. If, by chance, you fall in love with a little boy.
I'm going to need a tuxedo instead of a dress then.
Maybe just a little bit. I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm glad you brought it up. That's great. You guys need to find this puppy, like now. Okay, let's go.
Now first up, the Barella family will be visiting Yvonne of Chicadoro Register to check out a litter of Havanese puppies. Now these little guys are curious, friendly, and have clown-like personalities. Their long-haired coats will be perfect for the girls to brush and put bows in.
Yvonne Poole. I first became interested in Havanese about 10 years ago. What I wanted was a dog that had the same energy, the same hair, the same longevity that the Beardies have, but in a smaller package. And I think I found that in the Havanese. One of the mums that you're going to meet is Lola, and Lola's my first Havanese, and I actually brought her in from Cuba. So she is actually a true Havanese. I can tell you that Lola herself is totally checked out clear with all the health testing that I've done on her here in Canada. A good breeder is a breeder that does the proper health testing for whatever breed she or he is involved with. We check the eyes, we check the patellas, we check the hips, we check the elbows. I do cardiac testing, I do a hearing test. In my girls, I haven't seen any major problems in either their puppies or themselves. So
That's great. That's a relief. She answered our questions. She knew all the parents and grandparents' history, so we know that they're coming from good stock.
I'll be
So gentle. Oh my, you're a princess, aren't you?
A beautiful princess.
Princess?
Oh, they're so beautiful.
They're very beautiful.
Hey, let me see you. Oh,
mine. Yes, you want to see me too? Do you want to see me
That's a
too?
good girl.
Yes.
Yeah. Now that you've seen the moms, how would you like to see the puppies?
Okay. I like the Havanese so much because it's so playful and it's a sturdy small dog. And I like that it'll stay on your lap, but the next minute it'll run around if you really want it to.
They're adorable.
You mentioned that you wanted to see the girls, so these are the 3 girls.
Oh my, look at you. I love you. You are beautiful.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. You like
I didn't see it.
Yeah, Susan.
take me home, take me home.
Yeah, she did.
That was spicy.
Yeah.
She's a silly little
I like the coloring of this one, but I like the spiciness.
This one's really cute, though. I like
Oh
it.
my, look at this one's good. Oh, yeah.
Just so much second.
Yeah, so I can see why you have to judge by personality more than by the look.
Oh, I think the puppies need their afternoon now.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Very beautiful puppies.
Part of most enjoyed was seeing the puppies and be able to see their personality and seeing them play together to see how they would interact with each other and other people too.
Those puppies are so adorable because you see that even Dad couldn't resist kissing their cute little faces. But stay tuned because we're just getting started. The family still have to see the amazing Chinese Crested and the adorable Cotton Cotillion. Coming up on Pick a Puppy.
Oh, yeah, I do. I do. I do. Oh, you're
Attention women, the makers of talcum powder products have agreed to pay over $100 million to victims of ovarian cancer. If you or a loved one used any talcum powder,
Not a typo. Young daughters can enjoy being registered in 2. First, they saw an adorable litter of Havanese puppies. Welcome back, everyone, to Pick a Puppy. Now, the Barella family are on the hunt for a healthy, hypoallergenic puppy that their young daughters can enjoy and allergic dad can enjoy too. First, they saw an adorable litter of Havanese puppies. Now, are one of these puppies the one that they were looking for? We won't know until they visit the Chinese Crested and the Cotton Cotillion. Up next, the Barella family will be visiting Kelly of McShane Registered and her litter of Chinese Crested. Now, these fun, tiny little dogs come in 2 variations, if you can believe it, hairless and powder puff. They can appear to be from 2 different breeds, but they come from the same litter.
My name is Kelly McShane. I own McShane Registered. I started breeding in 2006 with miniature pincers. I bred them for a few years and now I've switched to Chinese Crested. They bond with their owners immediately. They share a very close bond with their owners and they need a family that's really engaged with them.
You guys already stole the dogs! My dog. Who's this?
Fior. This is the daddy and this is the mommy. This is Monty.
How old is Monty?
She's 3.5.
At Fior?
He's 2.
And how many pups did she have?
She has 5.
5?
Yeah.
Are they all hairless like her?
No, 4 of them are hairless and one's a powder puff like their dad.
Oh. Are they the same coloring as the parents?
They're all different colors. They had a black and white and a couple chocolate.
Is this your first litter with them or?
Yeah, this is Monty's first litter, yeah.
I see you have a sweater on her.
Yeah, just because she is hairless, she
Right.
needs sunscreen in the summer, sweater jacket in the winter to protect her from the elements.
Oh, they're so cute. They're adorable.
How good are they with children?
They're excellent. Did you want to take them and play with them for a bit?
Yes, 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 yes. Okay, come on, Monty. Let's Monty. Oh, they're so cute. I love them.
Why don't we go in the house and I'll bring us the puppies?
It's good to see the parents because then you know what the dog will eventually look like. Because all puppies are cute. All of them are cute.
See, they're strong and healthy, and that's the type of breeding we're looking for. Oh, I love their color.
Oh, I love them.
Oh, so soft. They're beautiful.
I like the puppy
Is this a boy or a girl?
That one's a girl. Her name's Fiorella. That's a boy. His name's Casper.
They're very affectionate.
We're really excited about this litter. They're the sweetest dogs. They're so outgoing, so energetic, and they're just exactly what you would want a puppy to be.
She likes you, Audrey. She likes you. Oh, you're getting kissed too. I think he looks like a llama.
They sort of look like my trunk.
Yeah.
They're so adorable.
What dark eyes he has. It's in contrast to his skin.
Were they what you were expecting? Have you seen crested puppies before?
Just in the movies.
The little Casper, his hair will grow out really full like his mom's, so he'll have like the long hair. And because he is what they call a hairy hairless, he has a little bit of peach fuzz over his whole body. It means that his mane, like his crest, will be really thick and full. Did you think you wanted to go more for a boy or for a girl? Did you have an idea? A girl?
We want clothes and dresses.
Who's going to be responsible for grooming her?
That would be me.
It's quite a bit of work with the powder puffs. They have a lot of layers of fur, so it can be time consuming, but definitely really worth it if you get the nice coat.
The girl likes the girl. Can we play with them outside?
Yeah, definitely. They've already had all their vaccines, so perfectly safe to go outside.
Play with puppies. We're gonna play with puppies. We're gonna play with puppies. Oh, I just have to kiss you.
Oh, he is beautiful.
Who's so beautiful?
Getting a little spunkier now.
Tail wagging.
Well, maybe we should take him in now. He's probably getting a little bit cold. He doesn't have a coat on.
Oh. Puppy kisses. Goodbye. You're so cute. They are pretty adorable. Both naked and powder puff.
I think the powder puff.
Yeah. I think the hairless ones look like my side of the family though.
This was a great visit. The family was fantastic. The girls really bonded with the puppies, and I think they were really excited to meet them.
They are so cute. The powder puff did look just like a mini llama. You know, I think the girls were surprised that they had such a connection with those adorable puppies. Now perhaps Mom will get her way after all. But first they have to visit one more litter of puppies, and that's the Cotton Cotillion. Coming up on Pick a Puppy.
Oh, you could pose for a magazine.
Soft, aren't they?
They're very
History says, find jewelry for occasions. We say, forget occasions. Find jewelry for every day. Minus the traditional markups.
I used to get UTIs all the time. My experience inspired me to start Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products. We're helping over 100,000 women get their lives back. Go to eucora.com to learn more.
Pets have their own way of saying hello every time you walk through the door, and they're not the only ones. When you need to walk through this door, we'll have our own way of saying hello too, and we can pay your veterinarian directly so you don't have to.
When he don't last, cutting life will get better if you want.
They split between the two puppies that they've seen so far, but we know it's not over yet. They still have to visit with Sonia at Cotton Candy Cottons and her litter of Cotton Cotillions. Now these tiny little guys originated from Madagascar. They're playful, affectionate, and have long coats perfect for aggression.
My name is Sonia of Cotton Candy Coutons, and I am a breeder of this delightful little breed of dog known as the Coton de Tulier, also known as the royal dog of Madagascar.
So you're excited about getting a new puppy? Yes. And what is it about the Coton that attracted you?
I love the long silky coat and I love grooming dogs.
That's wonderful because there's grooming with a long-haired dog. You're going to have to do, quite a bit of that every week. So
How long have you been breeding them?
Well, I've been breeding dogs for 30 years, but I've had the Cotons for 10 now.
And why the Cotons?
They are just such a sweet, delightful little dog. They just love people.
Who's this that you have?
This is the daddy. His name is George Louis.
How old is he?
He's 4 years old now. Yeah, he's full grown.
You do health testing?
Yes, I do. We do surf testing, and with small breeds, there is a tendency to have a problem with the kneecaps, right, the cardiac fixation. So we check that our breeding dogs don't have that.
How long do they live?
they've clocked over 20 years. And I would say, 15 is, that's pretty average. So yeah, it's a long-lived, healthy, hardy breed of dog.
How old are the puppies now?
They're 5 weeks.
Oh.
So they're not going to be ready to go till the end of the month.
Can I hold him?
Yes, absolutely. There you go.
Hey, Georgie. Look at his hair, Dad.
You can see why they call them cotton, eh?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, you like it.
Oh, it settles right in so nicely.
They just really love to be with people.
Are you keeping me warm? Yes, you are.
So girls, you're really enjoying this little guy. Would you like to see some puppies?
Yes.
I'll go get a couple for you.
Okay. I like the energy of the papa dog. Like he was all around, like that. An older dog that still got a little pep left in him.
I can see it now. I'm seeing dresses and bones and rhinestones.
I wonder how big the puppies are.
They're probably like
Okay, here we have some puppies.
They're sweet. You want to take one? Yes, thank you. Wait home. I'll take you right home. Oh, you're so cute. Oh my God. Oh yes, I do see. Those in your future.
you go. They're snuggle dogs. They just snuggle right up. Oh, and you can post for magazine.
Soft, aren't they? They're very soft.
Oh, you're so cute. Yes, you do. You are like a puppet. Yeah, you're like a puppet. See, Dad?
Your daddy.
When he gave Dad kisses with the puppies, and it ended up looking like he had a beard, a white puppy beard. He looked like Santa Claus.
Well, I gotta say, this one fit perfect in my purse.
We can leave them on the floor.
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
Play. Play.
They're very good with children. They don't seem to object to little girls
Making them do ballet.
yeah.
Next exercise.
They love it.
Would they tolerate being dressed up by little girls?
Oh yes, I'm sure. That won't be a problem.
Hey, you're spunky.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love this one.
Yeah, we need like a mohawk right down the back.
I think they're getting tired and they probably want to visit with their mommy. So,
Well, kisses.
So we had a wonderful family visiting us today with two beautiful daughters. They seem to be connecting very well with the Coton, and hopefully they'll be taking home one of our puppies in a few weeks.
The Cottons were the wild card here. We didn't expect them to be quite as cute as they were. And like her, kind of think it's called cotton candy. Oh yeah, they're sweet like cotton candy. Didn't you think they were such little sweethearts with their sweet little faces? You know it's going to be a tough decision for the Barella family. We'll find out what puppy they picked and why after the break. Coming up on Pick a Puppy, we flip-flopped a lot. We did between all three.
Yes.
Attention women, the makers of talcum powder products have agreed to pay over $100 million to victims of ovarian cancer.
If you or a loved one used any talcum powder product and were diagnosed with ovarian cancer, call attorney Philip Georges right now.
Call now and find out in less than 2 minutes if you may qualify. You may be entitled to a large out-of-court settlement. Call 1-800-994-3300. That's 1-800.
Equal banking at
And
Approved. First, the adorable Havanese, then the amazing Chinese crested, and finally the tiny cockatiel. So what puppy are they going to choose? Let's find out.
So tell me, did you have fun?
Yes.
Great, yeah.
Really?
Who did you go see first?
The Havanese.
Havanese, okay, and?
They're very nice, cute, and very playful. We took special favor to the white one with the black spot.
Amazing. Okay, then where do we go?
To the Chinese crested.
And what did we think?
Adorable. Gimme.
Really? They were like, that's it, taking you home.
Yep.
What do you think of this week?
Strange looking at a dog with very little hair.
Really?
Yeah.
Then we had one more.
The cotton cheer.
Okay, what do we think of this cotton cheer?
Very nice and cute and cuddly.
It's like a snowman face, you know? So in all this experience, what'd you learn?
The hardest is with
Yes. I'm glad you answered that. We flip-flopped a lot. We did.
Between all three?
Yes.
Yeah.
So how did you guys decide? Because I couldn't.
personality, the bond.
I saw a lot of spunk in one particular puppy over the rest.
So do I get to see this little baby?
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We picked a puppy, we picked a puppy, we picked a puppy.
Oh, look at this little baby.
Hello to you.
No. Oh, you are beautiful.
We agree.
Oh my goodness.
So this obviously is the Chinese crescent.
It is.
Right. Now why did we go with this little one?
He was very playful and mischievous and curious, so his personality went out over all those fluff balls.
No, he just has hair on the top. It's just like a little buzz on the top, and then is it?
Yes.
Yeah. And Dad, you good with this one? Yeah. Good. No allergies.
Not a lot of hair, right?
Well, so there you go, right? So maybe it was
Yeah.
meant to be. What's the name? Did we come up with a name? Leo.
Leo as in Leonardo da Vinci, and Leo in Latin means lion.
Oh, so like a little lion.
Yes.
Look at his name.
When he laughs in hair, he makes up in personality.
Oh yeah, totally. What are you doing there? You go, Stinker.
So does this little guy fit right in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much. You guys are a wonderful family, and he's gonna be so loved. I know that. Do you guys have fun doing this?
Yeah.
Yeah. And this completes you guys.
Yeah.
Yes. Should we go for a walk?
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Well, let's go.
All right, hold on.
Thanks everyone for watching another episode of Pick a Puppy. Special thanks to all our breeders and to the Barella family for letting us come on this journey with them. To find out more about our show or how you can be a part of it, visit us on cmt.ca or check us out on Facebook. We love your pictures, your puppy stories, so keep them coming. Until next time, I'm Beverly Goodbye.
This was on Dabble at 7:30 a.m. Saturday morning. I think I'll do Wild Times at the San Diego Zoo. Panda Snow Day.
Today it's snowing in San Diego at our panda exhibit here at the San Diego Zoo. We had a company come in and blow 16 tons of snow into each of our panda exhibits. We let Mr. Wu, Galloping Wu, Mr. Wu out first, and when he first came out, he was a little nervous, wasn't sure what to do. Did a full circle of his exhibit, checked out one of his new toys, his Jingle Ball, and then decided he was going to start eating his panda. Bayou got to come out second, and she got to go by her exhibit as well, and managed to find all her little goodies, and decided she needed a nap first. Snow is a wonderful enrichment item for these bears. They're from the high mountains of China in the Sichuan area, and it's just natural to their habitat for them to have. So this is a chance for them to actually exhibit natural behaviors, while they'll be digging for food, breaking up bamboo, or even just playing. Oh, it's always amazing to
to see something different with our pandas. Our wonderful donors on the wish list donated a snowball each, so we can have this wonderful day, and it was just neat to be able to see them play. Hopefully the snow lasts all day so everyone can enjoy it as well as the bears can enjoy it.
Today is the very first day on exhibit for our brand new sloth bears. These two just came out of quarantine today, and they're exploring the exhibit. Sloth bears are something that are a lot of fun here at the zoo, and so we're excited about it. Sloth bear is a medium-sized bear from Asia. Typically, it's a bear we think of as a bear from India. They're real shaggy, and they're really unique. They have a really unique nose and face, and that's an adaptation primarily for eating insects. So bears in general have a really good sense of smell. And sloth bears are no exception to that. They have a really great sense of smell, and so they're going to experience a lot of the world through smell. We have a brother-sister pair here on exhibit. Their names are Sahasa and Kayla, and they are 2 years old, and they come to us from a zoo in Idaho. We've seen a little bit of climbing this morning, although they're not typically what we think of as a climbing species of bear. Obviously, they can do a small amount of climbing, but they're not expert climbers like, say, maybe an Andean bear or some of the others.
We're here at San Diego Zoo's Safari Park at Tell Family Tiger Trail. Today we released Joanne and her three-month-old cubs out to their exhibit for the first time to explore. These are Sumatran tigers that we have here at the Safari Park. Joanne's litter consists of one little boy named Nelson and two little girls named Kathy and Debbie. They've been very active. They didn't hesitate at all to come out and start exploring. They've been running around and having a great time. Joanne is a wonderful mom. She's taken excellent care of this litter. She's been keeping a close eye on them as they explore all the little nooks and crannies of the exhibit, especially near the pool. She's keeping a close eye on them and making sure they don't get themselves into trouble. They have very different personalities from one another. Nelson, the big brother, tends to be more mellow and relaxed. Kathy, the middle sister, is a little bit feisty. And Debbie is a little bit of a mama's girl. She likes to stay close to mom. All the litters that we've had, they tend to have very distinct personalities from one another and from the different litters. So every time we have a new litter of cubs, we get to learn all new things about them. People are very excited to see Joanne and the cubs out. We've been waiting for this for a long time. We've been getting questions for a while about when they're going to come out. So I think the folks are very excited to see them playing. Once they're big enough, they'll be introduced to the other two exhibits. The exhibit that they're in today is specifically designed for a mom with cubs, so they'll be in this exhibit for a while, and then when they're bigger, they'll get the chance to explore the other two exhibits as well.
we will begin. Would you rather let him go?
No, you might as well come to the game. I'm gonna follow my face. It might as well be it.
Leaders like
Orangutans are a highly endangered species, according to most wild organizations, with less than 60,000 alive today. They are found only in limited populations on the islands of Borneo and Sumatra, and in protected sanctuaries like zoos. Due to the destruction of tropical rainforests, their numbers have decreased by more than 50% in the last decade. Orangutans are, with other great apes, among the most intelligent beings to have evolved on land. As individuals, orangutans display unique and rich personalities. They provide models for human behavior, not to mention how fun they are to observe.
We are in the Butterfly Conservation Lab, which is located on the Elephant Odyssey bus road. And this facility was built in partnership with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to address the issues of imperiled butterflies in San Diego County and Southern California in general. In the lab today, we are working with the Kino checker spot butterfly, which is an endangered San Diego native. And we've been working with the Kino since about 2012. The Kino checker spot butterfly is threatened by development primarily. When we receive wild collected female butterflies particularly, our hope is that they've already been mated. And the mating has taken place in the field, so it's essentially a wild butterfly that's coming into our facility. The females lay eggs, very tiny eggs, less than a millimeter. And after about 7 to 10 days, those eggs hatch into the tiniest larvae you've ever seen. The process between when the eggs hatch and when the larvae go into diapause is about 2 months. By June, most of the butterflies are in diapause and awaiting their host plant to reappear in late winter. My hope for this project is a very long and successful breeding program for the Kino checker spot butterfly. My hope is that they will be reintroduced to some of the restored habitat and become as common as they once were.
This morning, we're at the San Diego Zoo Safari Park at our Asian Plains Field Enclosure doing a rhino release with greater leghorn rhino, Alta, and her female calf, Anandi. After they were out in the exhibit for a little while, Alta found the rest of the rhinos that crashed. They were all sleeping between the swales, the hills, so she kind of surprised them. She introduced them to Baby. Everyone was really excited, our Rex particularly, to see his mom again, but they were all very respectful of her space and how protective of the mom she was, so it was better than we could have hoped for. One of the things that I was most excited about seeing was the interaction interaction between Parvesh and Anandi, his little sister. She was really excitable. She went charging right after him, wanted to play. I think it was exciting for her to see a rhino that was maybe smaller than her mom, but a little bit bigger than her, so it was a lot of fun for everybody. Parvesh was such an awesome older brother, so he totally let Anandi just go right after him. He ran away, was real playful, but I think more than anything, he was just really excited to see his mom after being away from her for 2 months, and now a little baby sister.
Thanks for using Locast.org, the nonprofit that makes local, over-the-air broadcast available to everyone. Just $5 each month covers the cost of delivering your local broadcast channels. Please help Locast by becoming a member today.
She's definitely one of the most confident cats I've ever seen. Her little strut out on the exhibit kind of reminded me of someone with their shoulders back and their head held up high. And her spunky attitude we noticed right after she was born. So her name Anandi means joyful, and that's something that we're excited to see her express her attitude out on exhibit.
I just want to be a doctor, sir.
I don't know what that means. I want to graduate.
One more time will do it.
Sir?
Hydroclean is synthesized in the USA in an FDA-registered facility. Other sanitizers come in
955-9569. That's 1-800-955.
Koala moms with their new baby joeys, just to make sure that everyone's growing and doing well like they should be. So we need to get some weights today. Okay, what do we need? We need Tonali, Candy, and their joeys. We weigh all of our koalas once a week, and it's just really important for us to make sure that they're growing like they should be, especially with the joeys when they're so young. And it also gives us an opportunity to get a good up-close look at them and make sure everything is okay. To get the weights on the koala moms and their joeys, we have to get them down from their spots. We try to keep it as quick as possible so that nobody gets stressed out. And we have to basically take mom and joey down at the same time. We just basically grab mom and baby, quickly weigh mom without baby, and then we just put baby back on mom's back, and then we get the weight on the joey that way. All right, mom is 5.26.
Oh my gosh, you're a monster.
1.13. Their weights are doing really well. The weights from this morning went up just like they should. So Tonali's joey is named Burra, which means big fella, which is very appropriate because he's a little bit bigger than the other joey. And then Candy's joey is named Cody, which means boy, since they're both boys, so that's a good name for him. Sometimes our koala joeys do try to switch moms, or they'll go to the other mom for a little bit, and we'll always make sure that eventually they get back to their proper mom. But they like to explore and they like to experience new things. Our joeys are pretty much out all the time now, so it's a really good time to come. They're getting a lot more independent, so we're seeing a lot more movement from them. They're starting to eat eucalyptus, so it's a really exciting to come and see along what we have here at the zoo.
Today's a really special day here at Elephant Odyssey. It's the 1-year anniversary of the arrival of our female African Mila. She arrived 1 year ago today from New Zealand, so we're here to celebrate by giving her special treats and some time alone on exhibit to enjoy those and not have to share them. Mila, we did a training session with her, and she got whole pineapple, which was one of her favorite treats when she came, and we continue to try to that to her. So she had a pineapple to chew and suck on. She closed her eyes, kind of frozen position, was sucking on the pineapples and kind of getting every last drop. We don't think a drop of pineapple juice spilled out of her mouth actually, so that's how much she liked it. And then we let her out onto exhibit by herself to enjoy a giant banana log and some bird of paradise flowers. She didn't move from that location for a while as she slowly picked the flowers out of the dirt, ate them, and then ripped the banana log up and chewed it and wrapped it all up and savored every bite of it. We think she's doing really well. She still has a very close bond with the first elephant that she was introduced to, our Asian elephant Mary. And you can often see them standing at feeders together and Mary letting her eat out of the feeder next to her, sharing hay. Today we're celebrating a milestone in what was a very long process of getting here to have her live the rest of her life with other elephants. It's been really worthwhile and very gratifying, not only for the keepers to watch Mila's development, but hopefully for all the people in New Zealand who put so much effort into getting her here.
The world's biggest stars and global newsmakers live on the Grio TV. With content that features leaders like Vice President Kamala Harris and Dr. Anthony Fauci, and entertainers like Nelly, Shaq, and Will Packer, thegrio.com is the only Black-owned media platform dedicated to amplifying the voice and culture of African Americans. News, movies, and the biggest names in entertainment. Black culture amplified. You're watching The Grio.
I just want to be a doctor.
Is here to help you.
Roller biscuit and peanut butter. And the presents are all, and they range from
You're good with good rest.
Welcome back to Wild World at the San Diego Zoo.
We brought a variety of enrichment items out for our gorillas, spread them throughout the exhibit, and they range from special volcano structures, browse items, ice sculptures, placed in different locations for them to forage. The volcano sculpture represents our Alawa species, and that sculpture is made out of ground up leaf eater biscuit and gorilla munch biscuit. And then, for instance, our California condor sculpture, that is to represent the condors being a species that eats various meat. And since our gorillas are only herbivores and they don't eat any meat, we made their meat out of some more gorilla biscuit and peanut butter and put that all on an ice sculpture. And with these warm temperatures, they absolutely love the ice sculptures and ice blocks. Each sculpture represents different successes that we have had with San Diego Zoo Global and our research that we have done on various species, such as the pocket mouse, giant panda. So each sculpture that we put out there represents various species. When we first released the gorillas out on exhibit, each gorilla spread out to different enrichment items. And a couple like Tammy and our silverback Winston headed straight for the volcano. Our newest mom, Imani, and baby G, they headed straight to the California condor enrichment item. Spent probably about 20 minutes there, and while all the adults and the youngsters, Monroe and Frank, our two juvenile gorillas, while they were all partaking in the solid food items of enrichment, baby G, she's not quite eating solid food yet, only 2 months old. So she was nursing while mom was eating her items. Monroe, our almost 3-year-old juvenile, he was on his own program. he was jumping around from one enrichment item to another. In fact, he spent most of his time up on the rock that's right behind me. He was getting various greens, kale, and some red leaf lettuce. And then he was taking various browse items. Those are just branches with some tasty leaves on them. And then he was jumping from one ice sculpture to another. So he was definitely, of all the gorillas, the one trying to see what enrichment items were his favorite.
Thanks for joining us. See you next time on Wild World at the San Diego Zoo.
Wild Times at the San Diego Zoo, or Wild World at the San Diego Zoo. That's on every Friday morning. Let's see. I'll delete it from the DVR.
I do believe we shall overcome one day.
The following programming is EI, educational and informative.
EI, educational.
Coming up now on Animal Updates, good news for sea turtles on the Florida Sun Coast. We'll show you what is being done to achieve record hatches this year. We'll get up close and personal with a huge anaconda. You won't believe what the big squeeze is all about. And our Kid and Critter segment looks at the special bond between dogs and their owners. That and more right now on Animal Outtakes. Welcome to Animal Outtakes. I'm Marcia Panucci. I have a great show for you today. Each week, we take you behind the scenes of the animal kingdom to share stories that educate, inspire, and sometimes just make us laugh out loud. And Zeus is here to help me get through the show. And hopefully you'll agree, he's a pretty amazing guy. And he's a real German Shepherd. Sprechen Sie Deutsch, Zeus? Well, okay, enough with the German. We begin our show today with a story of survival that shows what can be accomplished when science, technology, and love for animals are combined. In today's edition of Preserve and Protect, the comeback story of the Florida sea turtle. You know, Zeus, they had a pretty rough time. Sorry about that.
Ocean stewardship is an important part of our future, and we're lucky to have a leading research and education facility right here in Sarasota Bay. Moult Marine is dedicated to learning more about the oceans and the plant and animal life that live there. Moult Marine recently began its 34th year of monitoring sea turtle nesting. So we stopped by to see how it was going. We're in the middle of nesting season here in Florida, and what type of turtles are we looking at?
So on our coastline here, the main species that we get nesting is the loggerhead sea turtle. Occasionally we also get the green sea turtle and the Kemp's Ridley as well on this coastline, but primarily loggerheads.
And this nesting season has been very active.
We have had a record year for hatchlings as well. This year we had over 3,000 come through the hospital, more than any other season before, and it's kept us very busy.
It keeps them busy on many fronts since the hatchlings come into the hospital for a variety of reasons.
The main things that we see hatchlings come in for are disorientations, meaning they got distracted by a bright light on the beach and went the wrong way, ended up away from the water. Or they come in for injuries from predators such as fire ants, crabs, birds, being just weak or lethargic. And then the main reason we see hatchlings come in is from depredations, which is when like a raccoon or an armadillo actually digs into the nest and injures eggs and hatchlings before they've come out of the egg.
But humans can be part of the problem too.
That's another reason why we have this hatchling hospital in place, not only to care for the individuals, but to kind of educate the public on what they can do to help sea turtle conservation.
Female sea turtles lay anywhere from 80 to 120 eggs at a time, and it takes around 60 days for them to incubate. Hatchlings emerge as a group, orienting themselves to the brightest horizon, hopefully dashing toward the water. There are several things we as humans can do to help preserve the turtles and their nests.
Sea turtles have been around for quite a long time, and unfortunately the only reason they're considered endangered now is due to the human element, as you said.
We know that every species in the ocean is an important part of its ecosystem, and sea turtles are no different. They help keep the oceans healthy, so every turtle matters.
Every single hatchling that comes into our hospital is getting a second chance, and we do our very best to get as many as we can back out into the wild. I have to tell you, that is the most rewarding part of this job. It's very hard to see all of these hatchlings come in and they're injured, they're weak, something happened to them. But when you go out and you let them go on that beach after you've been able to take care of them and you see them swim away, I can't describe it. It's a really rewarding feeling, and it's my favorite part of it.
Ancient creatures, and the 7 species found today are believed to have been here since the time of the dinosaurs. They're found in all warm and temperate waters throughout the world, and some can migrate as far as 1,400 miles between their feeding grounds and their nesting beaches. Sea turtles are definitely a species to preserve and protect.
Speaking of turtles, our good friends at Moat Marine Research in Sarasota had a lot to celebrate this month. Meet Tucker, a young adult loggerhead who was released into the Gulf of Mexico. Tucker was found stranded back in May. He had been exposed to red tide and was suffering from a condition called lethargic loggerhead syndrome, which can leave sea turtles listless and vulnerable to predators. Fortunately for Tucker, he was rescued and brought to Moat Marine Turtle Rehab Hospital, where he was nursed back to health. And now, Tucker is back home in the beautiful Gulf of Mexico. Interesting fact, loggerheads can live up to 50 years or more. Each week in our Kids and Critters segment, we share stories about what we've learned from animals. It could be a lesson of love. It could be of hard work and responsibility. Or it could just be a simple fact of life we never really knew. Here's Lauren with this week's edition of Kids and Critters.
When I first took my tour, I saw him. He's just laying down on the kennel and he started wagging his tail. I went in there and it's just love at first sight. I'm so lucky to be with Spenchi now because he was scheduled to be euthanized at a high-kill shelter. He was minutes away from, dying. He was minutes away from being killed, and Dante's then got a call about funny-looking Sharpay mix and they came and picked him up and saved his life. You know, and from what I've heard and pictures I've seen, he was very emaciated when he first came here. Definitely didn't look as handsome as he is today. He was very withdrawn when he first came here. He never really acknowledged anybody, never looked up at anybody, just kind of laid there. Every day now that I work here, I have to have my senshi time. I go in there first kennel from 10 to 15 minutes during my breaks or whatever, and I'll just sit with him and we'll go out and play fetch or whatever. Senshi just makes me smile every day. He, always is happy no matter what. He always makes me laugh, and just his little puppy face and the way he plays with all of his friends, it gives me something to look forward to every day, even when I'm not feeling well or I'm upset. He always kind of is there to remind me that, you can find the happiness every day. It's just a lot for a dog to know that they're safe and that he's not gonna, be euthanized, he's not gonna get hurt again, he's not gonna be starved, and definitely human interaction and just me going in there and spending time with him, I know that helps him trust. Because I know a lot of these dogs, they're not stupid. They know that when they're going there facing death, definitely. They get scared and they know that they've gotten a second chance. Shelter dogs are not broken and they're not messed up dogs. They're all amazing. And even if some are scared and are growling at you and barking at you, there's really a senshi buried deep in there.
Don't go away. We've got much more to come. Meet my new best friend, Miss Anaconda. Just kidding. But I did get wrapped up in his story, if you know what I mean. And later in the show, from big snakes to big dogs, these lovable days are featured in our Dog of the Week segment.
You tell and the fourth
To take a bit of an adventure, an animal adventure. This is the point in the show where we share stories of exotic animals, from lions and tigers and bears to, well, this week, a giant snake. The giant anaconda, to be exact. I tried really hard to look like I wasn't scared. So you tell me if you think I was convincing. Andrew, we're here in beautiful Dade City, Florida, at your marvelous sanctuary.
Thank you.
How did you get this started?
Really, I got started probably about 10 years ago with my wife. I met her through her brother. We were friends, and then we both had a passion for animals, and that passion developed into hanging out all the time, working with animals, and then we ended up getting married and building this ourselves.
But when you talk animals, we're not talking dogs and cats.
No, we focus mostly on exotic animals. We're a company that works with educating people on animals, but we're also a sanctuary. So we take in unwanted pets or people that have had exotic animals that shouldn't have them.
At any point in time, Wild Transport Sanctuary has between 50 and 100 animals. But today, I'm interested in one of the most misunderstood animals, or reptiles to be exact. And what about snakes? We do love our snakes.
We do. That's one of the things that we do work with, a lot of snakes, and we help educate people on snakes. Because snakes really do have a bad reputation. And it seems like the bigger they get, the scarier they are. So we like to inform people that not every snake is a bad snake. Actually, all snakes are good snakes. They're here for a purpose. So we actually have a really cool snake that we're going to show you here in a second.
Really?
That really has a scary reputation. And she's actually not that bad.
But she's huge.
She's pretty big.
Oh my goodness, she is huge. Oh my heavens, look at that. Oh yes, oh, and she's heavy.
She is.
Oh, she's heavy. Hey, we got it. There we go. Oh, oh my goodness.
So this is...
what do you do? Do you pet them?
Usually you just support them and make them feel comfortable.
Yes, well, she's coming around the bend Ann
She's
here.
gonna check you out.
Annie, Andrew's green anaconda, is a beautiful example of the largest species of snake in the world. They are found in South America and can be more than 20 feet long and over 500 pounds. And Annie has a knack of, well, shall we say, connecting people.
Now I'm gonna drop her. She's coming right off of my knees here.
She's gonna,
And she's moving the whole
she
chair.
brings people close together.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does. She'd be great on a first date.
That's right. And a real icebreaker.
Yes.
Although not a great life partner, anacondas live about 10 years, but may exceed 30 years. Females are typically larger than males and have been known to eat their smaller mating partners in order to last through the 7-month fast associated with their pregnancy. However, this is not the case with Annie.
She feeds most of our rabbits. We get frozen thaw rabbits, so they're pre-killed and they come in frozen, and she'll eat that. That's her main diet is those. And then she does vary from time to time to pigs and things like that as well.
Pigs?
Yep.
So she can eat a whole
She can
pig?
take about a 20-pound pig.
But anacondas have a slow metabolism. So, if Annie eats a pig, she may not eat again for 3 to 4 weeks. Now, if you think an anaconda may make a great pet, think again.
These are illegal to own in Florida, correct?
That's correct. They are illegal to have as a pet.
Because they are so large, green anacondas have few natural predators. Their biggest threat are humans because of misguided fears or loss of habitat.
Well, Andrew, we thank you, and Annie, we thank you too. Up next, the dog. Well, make that dog's plural of the week. Ever wanted to own a Great Dane but thought their size made them too hard to care for? Well, when you meet these two beautiful Danes, you'll be surprised to learn how laid back they are and how adaptable they are as well. Don't go away.
I am the father of a 9-year-old little girl and a 6-year-old little boy. Is the future.
Harry.
Yeah. Visit.
Nikki, we're here with this lover, Eliza, who is a brindle Great Dane. When did this breed originate?
Well, their ancestors go back to ancient times, and they were used in the Middle Ages as wild boar hunters, so they're giant game hunters. And they were developed actually in Germany, in different portions of Germany, developed the different colors. We have 6 different approved colors.
Now, how much does this little girl weigh?
She weighs about 145.
Oh, and she is solid, absolutely solid. Does she eat a lot?
Actually, no, she eats 2 meals a day. It's always good to feed them twice a day. But twice a day, she eats about 3.5 cups twice a day of dry food.
And the exercise is moderate.
It's moderate exercise. They're moderate emotional needs. They're not aloof, but they're not cloying and needy. Well, the boys are probably needier. The boys are always needier.
Aren't they all?
Yes, they are.
What is the average lifespan of these?
The giant breeds average about 7 years. There are 3 conditions that are the more common things that they might die of. Heart issue, bloat, which is when the stomach expands and twists and it's very critical, or cancer. Probably the most common cancer is bone cancer.
And what would you say she makes great kisses? What is her best feature other than the kissing?
Well, her temperament is wonderful. I love her temperament. They're very easy to live with. It doesn't take an extra lot of hard work to have them. And nobody breaks them in my house.
We'll be right back.
Mr. Rogers said, look for the helpers. You can always find people who are helping. Thank you to all the first responders who put their lives in danger to help us. Bye-bye, brothers sisters and mom and dad and grandpa and grandma.
Today.
Look.
Today's Day, an innovative, state-of-the-art
Community of joyful dogs.
Learn about the many ways you can become involved by visiting dantesden.org.
With diabetes, it's an elevation of blood sugar. So the pancreas is an organ of digestion that has little sort of island, we call them actually islets, inside of it that have cells producing insulin. The insulin makes sure that all that glucose we eat, or that sugar we eat or process, gets put into our tissues so we can flex, we can move, we can be active, because we feed on that sugar, and particularly our brain. So when you have diabetes, what happens is you have a lack of insulin, and you can end up having a lot of blood sugar in your blood, but it's not going to the tissues. So you have a patient with high blood sugar, or we call it glucose, that is actually unable to really move as well, is getting weak, and they can get prone to infections, they can get prone to a lot of secondary diseases. So what you need to know is that regularly you need to check your pet for blood sugar once a year, get a full blood work, just like you and I, and also be aware that there are certain breeds that are more prone to it. Cats can often get diabetes, certain breeds of dogs can have it, so ask your vet, is my dog a breed prone to diabetes? If your dog starts drinking a lot, or peeing a lot, that's a very, very big sign that maybe diabetes on the list. Could also be urinary tract infection, could be another endocrine problem, but that's definitely one of the big ones. When you have a lot of drinking and a lot of peeing, possibly urinary tract infection, skin infection, ask your vet.
Animal Outtakes is produced by Dante's Den Foundation, a nonprofit group dedicated to creating the best life for dogs. If you would like to learn more about Dante's Den, donate, or volunteer, visit our website, dantesden.org.
Well, that just about wraps it up for this week, and we hope that you've learned something about animals, and we thank you for joining us. Be safe, be kind, and don't forget our animal friends. I'm Marsha Panucci with Zeus, and we will see you next week. There we go.
Dogs swimming in the pool.
You know, that brings up a very, very good issue on my... I didn't expect you there. very good issue on my... I didn't expect you there.
The following programming is EI, educational and informative.
Preserving and protecting our seabirds. Learn how to rescue. Kids and Critters goes down on the farm with a couple of pigs. And you'll meet an adorable little terrier. That and more right now. Welcome to another edition of Animal Outtakes. Zeus and I are so glad that you joined us. Aren't we, Zeus? We start off with a real-life preserve and protect lesson. Rescuing our precious seabirds.
Here in Florida, we are lucky to have some of the most amazing seabirds in the world. And when they're sick or injured, we're even luckier to have folks like David Turner at Save Our Seabirds and these volunteers in training to teach us what to do.
I have been a rescuer for about 15 years, and I've taught this class, I don't know, several dozen times. And hopefully, after we spend 2 or 3 hours today, you'll be better equipped to recognize distressed birds in the environment and know what to do safely for you and for the bird.
Good morning, Save Our Seabirds. Benjamin speaking.
Save Our Seabirds gets about 4,000 calls a year, and it's up to volunteers like these to step up to help out.
So this is the R, the first R of the 3 R's of this organization: rescue, rehabilitation, release. And I think rescue is the most interesting. There's really no book on rescue technique. A lot of it is just you learn by doing, you learn from other people. I was taught by a rescuer back in 2001 who'd been rescuing for 15 years. He told me many little tricks of the trade, and I try to pass those on.
David has acquired many tools over the years, as well as some basic common sense.
We just some of the most basic things you have to remember when you rescue birds is that you want to rescue the bird safely. It's pointless to a bird with line around his leg to break his wing as you're catching him. And it's also important that you don't get injured too. Gloves are essential. These are some heavy-duty gloves. I use these for rescuing hawks and different birds of prey. I always wear my sunglasses because often birds will tend to peck at you, especially great blue herons. I also bring, this is one of the most, actually this is almost a piece of safety equipment, because this way you can get close to birds without threatening the bird and also being in a safe distance.
Sometimes it's a fairly easy fix.
If the bird has a superficial hook, it's not in the joint, or it's not in the neck, it's just, just a bit in the flesh here, we push the hook through, cut the barb off, back it off, take a look at the bird, check his wings, check his pouch, and if he looks good, we'll let him go, treat and release.
And if you're not up to becoming a full-blown rescuer, there are things you can still do.
The best thing to learn, especially for some of you who will not go out and become rescuers, will just be kind of sighters, and we need lots of people like that in the environment, people who walk the beach on a regular basis, or like take the walk around the mangroves, or go kayaking, to be able to look and to see and to recognize a bird with distress.
And even if you're just out on a walk and guess a bird may be in distress, here's what David suggests.
I tell people, if you see something unusual, and if you think you see something unusual, feel free to call.
Thankfully, there are caring people like David and his crew of volunteers, ready and willing to save our seabirds. Save Our Seabirds has been rescuing birds in our area for over 35 years. Through education, internships, and of course, actual rescues, their work benefits our community, our environment, and the birds. See how you can get involved at SaveOurSeabirds.org. Save Our Seabirds hosted a field trip for 7th graders from Laurel, Nokomis. The program teaches students the 3 R's of wild animal stewardship: rescue, rehabilitate, and release. Each student toured the facility and learned how to identify different types of birds and how to reduce injuries. Who knows? One of them may become a future naturist. This week's edition of Kids and Critters is about 2 brothers who are active in their local 4-H program, raising award-winning pigs. Here's Lauren.
And who are these guys?
Luke and Willie.
Luke and Willie. They're cute. What kind of pigs are they?
Hampshire Yorkshire mix.
I can tell they're pretty friendly. How old are
Not even a year.
they? So what do you do with these guys?
We raise them up and show them the fair.
So what do you have to do to like prepare for it?
We had to walk them and every day and feed them and clean them and.
So Brandon, how did you get started in 4-H?
A friend told me about it in 3rd grade. I just do pigs in 4-H and I do a barbecue chicken cook-off at fair.
How long does it take for them to reach full size? Like how much do you feed them per day?
We feed them, right now we're feeding 4 to 5 pounds a day.
Really?
And so they're gaining about half a pound because they're eating, they have to gain 1 pound for every 4 pounds of food they eat. So they're gaining half a pound.
So they're growing pretty fast. Do they have, each pig, do they kind of have little personalities? You know?
We've noticed that it kind of matches the owner.
It does? So what would you say your pigs are like?
He's more friendly and crazy. And then mine's the opposite.
So he's more like relaxed? Awesome. It seems like they're definitely a lot of work. What are some things you've learned from raising them?
I learned a lot of responsibility and leadership and helping out with other people.
It took me a lot of responsibility and that they really like to eat rubber boots.
Rubber boots. Definitely. They've chewed up my shoes pretty good.
Every day, I think it's maybe the last thing we do. Every day, we take them out into that arena that we made out there, and we walk them.
Do you walk them on a leash, or
we walk them with a stick.
The stick? And does that help like prepare for shows? So thank you guys for showing us your pics today, and we want to thank them for being so good.
The official 4-H emblem is a 4-leaf clover with a white H on each leaf, standing for head, heart, hands, and health.
Don't go away. Up next, our animal adventure. Ever see one of these guys? Probably not. We'll fill you in when we come back.
This is a nursery, a home, a soft place to land. This is a superhighway, a Sunday morning. This is quality time and a family tradition.
For Dacian, everything has to be organic and raw. Fill in the gaps.
We are back in Dade City, Florida, in one of the most beautiful sanctuaries here with Andrew Biddle, the wild transport guy. And we are with a most gorgeous cat. It is an African Serval.
Yep.
And her name is Lena.
That's right.
So tell us about this beautiful cat.
So what's really cool about servals is they're one of the highest jumping cats. So their main prey is birds. So they have these really long legs, which you can't see right now because you're sitting down, but they can spring up to about 13 feet in the air and swat birds down. So that's how they hunt. Their main diet is birds. So they jump really high. It's really cool.
Known as a savanna cat, the Serval's spotted coat works as a protective camouflage in the African grasslands. They're very good hunters, as Andrew mentioned, but this camouflage helps keep them from being prey themselves to larger carnivores. But those spots have other important functions as well.
Her markings are magnificent, especially in the ears. It is absolutely symmetrical.
Well, what it is that's to make it look like they have eyes. Someone sees them from behind, they think maybe that their eyes are watching them, so they can't be ambushed from behind, because they're not one of the larger cats from out.
No, but one thing I did notice, Andrew, she has got awfully big ears.
She does.
Is there a reason for that?
Serval's large ears are like radar dishes that help them locate food. They listen for the movement of animals in the grasslands before they pounce. It is thought that they use their ears as much as their eyes when hunting. But there's another angle to those big ears.
Anytime they do get a bird or a small rodent or things like that, they have to worry about hyenas and jackals and lions that will maybe come and try to take their food, so they always have to be aware of their surroundings.
Lena's pretty precious and cute, so you might be thinking, a serval might make a good pet. Well, you might want to think again.
So we must caution.
That's
this
right.
is not your house cat.
No, this is not a house cat at all. So when they swat you, it hurts. You look at her now and she's not too intimidating, but when they swat, it does hurt. She's got a lot of force.
Basically, a serval is still a wild animal. They need lots of space to do what they do naturally. Be a wild cat. Oh, they play. They play hard. Remember, they have teeth and claws and they can play rough, even if they don't intend to harm you. They're very high energy and considered to be one of the best hunters in the cat world, with a 50% kill rate.
And a lot of people seek those cats because they want that exotic, extreme factor, but they just don't realize the intake and the care that they need for it.
Bottom line, servals are cute, but best left in the wild. Servals are very important to the balance of many ecosystems. Since the overpopulation of rodents poses a threat to agricultural crops and other environments, servals help keep these animal populations under control, since they are a food source for these cats. Sadly, due to the loss of habitat and hunting, servals populations are at risk.
Each week, we at Animal Outtakes like to highlight an important pet in our community. This week, we have the pleasure of meeting a strong-willed dog with a face you won't soon forget. I'm here with Martha Huey and our very important pet, Guinevere. Beautiful Guinevere. Meet Guinevere, a 3-year-old English Bull Terrier. Named for the movie Camelot, this guard dog has the confidence of those twice her size.
They are hunters. Their breed was in England in probably the 1840s was when they began to seriously work on developing this breed. And they were bred to ferret out vermin in an English country garden. So they are hunters. And they will deal with anything that's going on in the backyard. Doesn't matter if it's twice their size.
Guinevere spent some time at a high-kill shelter in Miami before she was rescued, and now she spends her days calming clients at Martha's acupuncture practice. Despite her muscular build, Martha says Guinevere has a calming effect with people.
She is Miss Congeniality. And so our patients do enjoy seeing a happy, healthy, friendly dog here. And just looking at a dog with a face like this takes your mind off of anything else. Well, I think it is their affability, their joie de vivre, and the fact that they have an indomitable will. They want to be part of things, and they also like it their way. And as my dog breeder would always say, you'll come around to their point of view.
Guinevere may may look calm now, but don't let her fool you.
The breed has this moment in the evening where their eyes get wild and crazy and they bunch up and they just explode, jump up in the air and race wildly around the house. And it just sets me off laughing.
Martha's advice to anyone considering a bull terrier.
Someone with the patience of Job. Someone that understands they're going to have a 2-year-old child for the rest of their lives with attitude. And someone that understands this is a very happy breed, but that they have a very strong will.
Still ahead, one of the cutest little puppies you will ever see. He's a Norfolk Terrier, and as you'll soon learn, this is a special breed. Good reason to keep going. Oh my goodness, you're such a baby.
To have a Norfolk Terrier, you definitely have to have time for them. They need to be busy. They need something to do because they are ratters.
Now, a ratter is an actual term for a dog that catches, you guessed it, rats. I was curious about another ratter with a similar name, the Norwich Terrier, and I wondered if there is a difference.
Although they originally started off coming from the same dog.
Then in 1964, the Kennel Club reclassified the drop ear variety as its own breed, the Norfolk Terrier, and the prick-eared variety retained the name Norwich Terrier. Originally bred in Britain, these little wire-coated dogs have a life expectancy of 8 to 14 years, with some living as long as 17 years of age. I wondered what makes the Norfolk Terriers so endearing.
They get along well with children. They're so in tune to you. They know when you're sad. They know when you're happy. If you're having a day that you just want to settle down, they settle down right with you.
Well, I can see why you might just have to go in my pocketbook, huh? Thank you for bringing us these beautiful.
You're welcome, and thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Norfolks are the smallest of the working terriers, reaching a height of about 9 to 10 inches and a weight of 11 to 12 pounds. But don't let their size fool you. They are known to be fearless little dogs with quite an independent streak.
That's one adorable little puppy. But we're not done yet. We've got advice from the doctor when we come back.
Paying teeth in dogs and cats is actually something that should be done every day, like you and I. In most situations, it's usually the sugars in the food that cause damage and tartar, and we do like to feed our dogs with a lot of bunch of stuff. People like to say to canned food, but not necessarily, although there's a lot of sugars in the canned food as well, carbohydrates. Okay, so the rule of thumb is when you have a young animal, or you start getting an animal in your life, you want to get them used to not only having their feet handled for nail trim, but also having their mouth handled. And you want to start scrubbing their teeth. You use a baby toothbrush, usually, and they're very soft, or you can use specialized dog cat toothbrushes. So how often do you go to the veterinarian to get them cleaned? That usually depends on the animal. If you have certain breeds like Yorkshire Terrier that are very predisposed, or Chihuahua, to having bad teeth or bad hygiene in their gums, you may have to go more often than if you have, for example, a Labrador. Again, there's a generalization. It depends on the breed, it depends on what they eat, it depends on their overall health, and it depends on the care you give them. Because teeth health can also represent the general body health.
That just about wraps it up for this week. We hope you've learned something about animals, and we thank you for joining us. Be safe, be kind, and don't forget our animal friends. I'm Marsha Panucci. See you next week.
See, I got a 24/7 Unsolved Mysteries channel on, plus I got like Nick Pluto. See, now I got Justice on here, but it's actually not the Justice Network anymore, it's True Crime. Oh, the New Detectives is on. Oh wait, that's on April 5th.
I'm not sure if it's allowed 2 years.
Somebody's gonna let you know, right?
Yes, they will.
And so, since 1981, have you done all this?
Oh, this is the Derek Chauvin trial.
When you started with the
It said 24/7 coronavirus coverage.
I was a patrolman. I worked the north side precinct, it's called precinct 4. And I worked the 3rd precinct, it's called precinct 3. And then my permanent assignment was the 5th precinct, which is like Franklin, Nicollet, Hennepin Avenue, Lake Street.
When you're working patrol officer, things do you do?
Yeah, well, we respond to 911 calls. We, deter crime, or try to deter crime, I should say. Yeah, that's kind of what we do, traffic control.
Out on the streets every day?
Yes.
Most every day you work, right?
Yes.
And so then, your job duties change eventually?
Yes, in 1990, I crack became really prevalent in the late 80s, and so I joined the crack group in the 5th precinct where there were 4 officers and a sergeant, and we would, do search warrants, looking for drugs, that kind of thing.
And, so what day was that? Pardon?
See, my gymnastics video is still live.
Yo, what's going on, you guys? It's your boy Daniel Burns Vlog back.
Okay, I'm going to show you the Friendly TV app. See, you get the Weather Channel, Pixel, Uplifting Entertainment. See, I'm recording the Golden Girls because it's unlimited DVR, stores for like 90 days. I get 2 connections with this plan. Outdoor channel, Sportsman's channel, the baby channel. Well, there's supposed to be more channels being added to the lineup, like such as BYU Network, and you can go to my recordings and see, like this is on my Fire Stick, but I also have it on my Roku. See, go to my recordings. And I signed up for the annual plan, so I just pay for it once a year. These are all the TV series I record, like America Says, Baby's First Bedtime, Deal or No Deal, Home Improvement, The Golden Girls, People Puzzler. Stacy hosts that show. Stacy from Saved by the Bell, Zach's love interest, Leah Remini. And you can also like visit on demand. Like expires in 11 hours. Expires in 21 hours. Like Hallmark Channel stuff is on demand. Then, you know, there's a 72-hour look back. Ooh, they had Heaven is for Real on the Uplifting Network. Okay, now this is how you can schedule series. See, like I go to bringing up baits. See, I can hit record. And see, they'll give me the option. Just record this episode. Or record all new and repeat. And then hit confirm. But I don't want to put bringing up baits on. I don't want to get a copyright strike. My friend Paul, he's a big fan of Walker, Texas Ranger. That's on Inspiration. Like they have Game Show Network. I love to watch Game Show Network. See, this is stuff that's on the Weather Channel. I'm going to end this live stream soon. It's 1:57. $158. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to end this live stream soon because I'm sure that my battery's probably getting low on my iPad. $1:59 a.m. Ooh, Color Crew. I think I'll add that to the DVR. I'm gonna record. Okay, it's 2 a.m. I'm going to end the live stream now. Thanks for watching.